Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 我们线上的观众朋友，我们预计3分钟之后正式开始。现在是我们活动正式开始的前3分钟。那么 Andy 有一些注意事项，请大家注意一下。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our event today. This is the 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. We start in less than 3 minutes. Housekeeping items, reminders. 我们线上的观众朋友，您今天参与我们线上的活动的话，您可以透过 YouTube 来观看，有英文的频道听英文，有中文的频道听中文。那么除此之外呢，线上的观众朋友 ，Andy 在这边提醒您，赶快做线上报道的动作。怎么报道呢 ？Scan the QR code， 把 QR code 扫描一下，马上就完成了线上报道的动作。这个动作非常重要。为什么说非常重要呢？因为您完成了线上的报道的动作之后呢，马上也就等同于参加了今天的摸彩。我们的议程呢是2天的议程。今天的议程在尾声的时候呢，会进行摸彩。明天 Day 2的议程呢，也会进行摸彩。所以呢，非常重要，赶快扫描 QR code， 完成线上报道的动作。那么也就是等于参加了线上的摸彩。线上摸彩的奖品呢 ，Andy 也要告诉大家，这是1500元的价值的数位课程，线上的数位课程，这是工研院所提供的，是科技时代的淘金术。OK， 所以呢，科技时代谁不想淘金呢？都想淘金，所以呢，这个课程对您来说非常非常的有帮助。1500元的线上课程的价值呢，我们就是今天的摸彩的奖品。我们在今天的尾声会摸出10位幸运儿，明天也是10位幸运儿。赶快扫描 QR code， 我们1分钟之后正式开始今天的2021职业训练国际论坛。稍后线上见。Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We start in less than 1 minute. Scan the QR code for the registration. You'll be eligible for the lucky draw. Thank you so much. We'll see you in just a while. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. 各位现场的长官贵宾，各位线上的观众朋友，大家好，大家早安！欢迎大家莅临我们2021职业训练国际论坛。我们今天的国际论坛呢是 Day 1， 明天呢还有 Day 2， 所以我们是2天的精彩的议程。那么在这边呢，先跟各位报告一下，我们今年的主题呢是数位趋势之下的职业训练展望。Our theme for this 2-day seminar will be focusing on the digital trend and future forecast for vocational training. 所以呢，我们今天的标题呢，你也看到在荧幕上，就是数位跨域迎向未来。So, ladies and gentlemen, our organizer, our host is the Workforce Development Agency from the Ministry of Labor. 我们的主办单位呢，是我们劳动部劳动力发展署。那么在接下来的2天的议程当中呢，内容相当的丰富，非常的精彩。So, for our 2-day seminar, we have very full agenda. I'm sure you will have a very fruitful results. In fact, to be exact, we have 8 speakers from Singapore, from Australia, Belgium, Germany, UK. In fact, from all over the world, including AWS, which is Amazon Web Service. So, we have 7 speeches and 2 panel discussions. 所以我们的议程呢，非常的丰富，非常的精彩。安迪刚才已经说过了，所以我们主办单位还有我们执行单位都非常的努力，在这2天的论坛当中，您一定会收获满满的。So, for day 1, our theme is the challenges of vocational education and training in the post-COVID era. Hopefully, this is already the post-COVID era. 所以呢，我们第1天的议程呢，是我们后疫情时代之职业训练挑战。好的。Day 2 theme is the innovation of the interdisciplinary talent cultivation for future digital trends. 那么明天的议程呢，第2天的议程是未来数位跨域人才之创新培育。So, Ladies and gentlemen，这是我们2天的议程，在这边先跟大家报告一下。紧接着呢 ，Andy 需要借用大家一点点的时间，为大家介绍我们现场与会的长官还有贵宾。And now I would like to take some time to introduce our VIP guests on site and online. First, our guests on site. 首先呢，要请长官呢，在 Andy 介绍的时候呢，稍微和镜头会亮红灯的镜头挥手一下，也请现场的大家给予热情的掌声。来，首先欢迎的是我们今天的主人，劳动部劳动力发展署副署长钟景记副署长莅临，副署长好。Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Workforce Development Agency Deputy Director General, Madame Zhong Jingji. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. She's our host. She's our host. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, 紧接着为大家介绍的是我们劳动部劳动力发展署训练发展组组长沈文丽组长，掌声欢迎。Please welcome Training Development Division of WDA Director, Madame Shen Wenli. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very famous professor joining us. 我们紧接着欢迎的是国立台湾大学国家发展研究所我们辛炳龙辛教授，掌声欢迎。From National Taiwan University Graduate Institute of National Development, this is Professor Xin. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢辛教授。好的，紧接着还要为大家介绍我们劳动部劳动力发展署训练发展组科长周素兰科长莅临，掌声欢迎。Please welcome Madame Zhou Sulan, Section Chief of Training and Development Division of WDA. And of course, 我们执行单位，我们欢迎工研院我们组长赖长华赖组长。Please welcome Charlene Lai, Director from ITRI. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have many guests joining us online. 线上的贵宾也要来欢迎。Please welcome Dr. Michael Fong, the Deputy Chief Executive, Chief Human Resource Officer of Skills Future Singapore. Thank you for joining us, sir. 早安您好，欢迎您参加，谢谢。And now, ladies and gentlemen, joining us also online, we have Mr. Craig Robertson, who's the CEO of Victorian Skills Authority, VSA, joining us from Australia. Welcome with our applause. 掌声欢迎。好的，还有很多的长官贵宾，他们分别是来自于我们各个单位。接下来 Andy 要欢迎的是劳动部劳动力发展署综合规划组。Please welcome with our applause Planning Division Workforce Development Agency， 还有身心障碍者及特定对象就业组，掌声欢迎 Employment Assistant for People with Disabilities and Disadvantaged Division. Thank you for joining us. 还有我们北分署 ，Please welcome Taipei Keelung Ilan Hualien Kinmen Matsu Regional Branch， 掌声掌声。And 我们桃分署 ，Please welcome Taoyuan Hsinchu Miaoli Regional Branch， 还有中分署，也就是台中彰化南投 Regional Branch， 还有。也要欢迎我们线上的观众朋友，我们也给观众朋友一次热情的掌声，好不好 ？Thank you so much。我们就在热情的掌声之中，我们接下来请我们的主人来为我们致辞。我们热烈的掌声欢迎的是我们劳动部劳动力发展署钟景记副署长来为我们致开幕词。Please welcome for the opening remarks, Madame Zhou.
Friends, ladies and gentlemen who are joining us online, Dr. Michael Jinlan Fan, Deputy Chief Executive and Chief Human Resource Officer of Skills Future Singapore, Mr. Craig Robertson, CEO of Victoria Skills Authority Australia, Madame Anne Von Newton, Manager, Business Support, Retail and ICT BDAB Belgium. Good morning. On behalf of Workforce Development Agency, Ministry of Labor, I would like to welcome the experts from Singapore, Australia, and Belgium to share their experiences on vocational training with us online. We are very grateful for you joining us out of your very busy schedule. Human resource is a very important pillar of a country's national competitiveness. To help Taiwanese people to have decent work and employment security, Workforce Development Agency has taken all the necessary measures on vocational training in line with the nation's industry development. we have organized practical training to cultivate Taiwanese talents for Taiwanese industry. Every year, we have the training programs to upskill and reskill Taiwanese workforce. The COVID outbreak starting from early 2020 has upended the world, including the global economy, as well as our work and life. We are facing emerging technology, digital transformation, the changes of the industrial structure, as well as the tension of the trade between China and the United States. We work against such a background to promote a lot of international cooperation with Australia, Thailand, Belgium by signing MOU to promote international partnership on vocational training. Today and tomorrow, we will have the 2-day international seminar on vocational training. The theme is Digital Train and Future Forecast for Vocational Training. This is a hybrid event. We have participants online and on-site. We are very honored to have speakers from Singapore, Australia, Belgium, US, UK, and Germany to give presentations. We have the many colleagues and participants from other agencies who have joined us online. We look forward to the exchanges of views with you in the coming 2 days. We have speakers from the government agencies from Singapore, Australia, and Belgium. Tomorrow, we will have speakers from AWS, the United States, and also Highwind in Germany, the bellwether of Industry 4.0, to give presentation. We welcome your participation in tomorrow's session. We believe that through the 2-day event, we will learn a lot from international experiences on how to upscale, reskill the labor force. And we will also build international collaboration networks to provide more insight in how we can link workforce training with industrial development. To conclude, I wish the event a great success, and all of the participants online and on-site, health and safety. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
报告副处长，麻烦恭请副处长稍微留步一下，我们接下来要进行大合照，我们请摄影师稍微移动一下。来，我们进行舞台的大合照。
We are going to have a group photo.
迎金敏龙教授，掌声欢迎；周淑兰科长，掌声欢迎；还有我们赖长化组长，掌声欢迎。好的，报告长官，我们第1张照片有戴口罩，第2张照片呢，防疫指挥中心说不用戴口罩了，所以我们拍2个版本，好吗？第1个版本戴口罩的版本，来，大会摄影师 David。
We're going to have the 2 group photos. The first photo with mask.
微笑。Mr. Feng, Dr. Feng, you're online. You're in the group photo. You're in the group photo. Smile, OK? 掌声鼓励。报告长官，有口罩的赞来一个，我们待会儿也会没口罩的赞 ，OK？ Thumbs up for our vocational training international seminar。各位，我们劳动力发展署在不在？报告副处长，报告长官，我们稍微拿掉口罩一下，谢谢。拍这个版本也保留起来，没有口罩的一样。Smile a wonderful smile for our international seminar for vocational training。掌声，掌声，谢谢大家。OK， 来，接下来，副处长，我们比个赞 ，Thumbs up， 各位，劳动部劳动力发展署在不在？在。 on. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. 恭请副处长，请入座。谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have the wonderful group photo completed, it is time to delve into our seminar day one. This is the morning session. This is the keynote speech. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a short rundown for day one today. This morning, we'll have a keynote speech focusing on vocational education and training imperative and challenges post-COVID-19. In the afternoon, we'll have a thematic speech on two issues: new skills for a new world, and the innovation and transformation of vocational education and training for the changing future. And in addition, in the afternoon, we will have a panel discussion, okay? So this is a short rundown, a short overview of day one. So let's begin day one, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote speech, this is the speech on COVID-19, past COVID-19, post-COVID-19 era, vocational education and training imperative and challenges. And our speaker, I would now like to take some time to introduce our speaker. He was the founding president, he is the founding president of Higher Education Planning in Asia Association. Now, Asia Association, this is a professional network of more than 1,000 senior university planners and administrators all across Asia. Now, currently, our speaker, he is the Deputy Chief Executive and Chief Human Resource Officer at SkillsFuture Singapore, SSG. Now, this is a statutory agency under the Ministry of Education of Singapore. SSG leads the National Skills Future movement to develop and to strengthen the education and training ecosystem in support of workforce skills development and enterprise transformation, and of course, promoting culture of lifelong learning among the population of Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us welcome our speaker. This is the Deputy Chief Executive of Industry, Chief Human Resource Officer of SkillsFuture Singapore from Singapore, Dr. Michael Fong. Dr. Fong, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
I read you loud and clear as well. Go ahead, all yours.
That's great. Well, very good morning to distinguished guests from the Ministry of Labor, from the Workforce Development Agency, from the Industrial Technology Research Institute, friends and colleagues from Taiwan. 各位贵宾非常幸会，大家早上好。The topic for the conference is very timely, as countries around the world look at the impact of technology, such as artificial intelligence, Industry 4.0, how is it impacting our economies, and also the impact of COVID that is changing the nature of jobs, the kinds of ways that businesses have to transform, and consequently, the impact it has on our vocational education and training systems. In my talk today, I would cover what disruptions mean to jobs and skills development policies, and I use Singapore's strategies as a case study and talk a little bit about our responses to COVID. And hopefully that would spark some discussions and some food for thought in the seminar, in the conference for the next couple of days. There will be a 15-minute question and answer session at the end of my talk, so I would encourage you to raise your questions and that we can have an exchange of perspectives. Next slide, please. Let me just give you a very quick introduction to SkillsFuture Singapore. We are an agency under the Ministry of Education, and we set policies and provide funding for workforce training and promotion of lifelong learning. We used to be under what we call the Workforce Development Agency, so the same name as WDA in Taiwan. But in 2016, we restructured that agency into two separate organizations, SkillsFuture Singapore and Workforce Singapore. SkillsFuture Singapore reports to the Ministry of Education. Workforce Singapore reports to our Ministry of Manpower, equivalent to the Ministry of Labor in Taiwan. And this was a significant move. The recognition at the time is that workforce skills development has to be much more integrated with our entire education system. And so the move to restructure WDA into two agencies allow SkillsFuture Singapore to be much more integrated with the Ministry of Education system, Ministry of Education's policies and directions. And the Workforce Singapore continues to remain with the Ministry of Manpower, and the focus is very much on ensuring that workers are able to find employment. So these two agencies work very closely together, SkillsFuture Singapore, SSG, and WSG, to serve the population at large. Under SkillsFuture Singapore, we work with our institutes of higher learning. So these are your publicly funded institutions, but we also work with private institutions, private educational institutions that we regulate, as well as we provide funding and other types of policy support. We also work with companies to establish a vibrant continuing education and training ecosystem. So you hear me talk about this term, continuing education and training. We call it CET. That's the system that we provide for workforce development for the different industries and the different population segments. Between different countries that we see, there are many common challenges. And we have many exchanges with different countries on these challenges. And what we realize is, as we look into the future at the disruptions due to technology, due to COVID-19, there are many learning points that we can learn from one another and that we can help to sharpen the strategies and how we serve our population. So this slide here gives you a sense of the CET landscape, the continuing education and training landscape that we have built out in Singapore over the years. If we take a step back and look at the investment that Singapore has made into workforce development, there's about 3 to 4 decades of history of different efforts to build up the workforce development ecosystem in Singapore. So today, I'm pleased to share with you that we have a comprehensive system that involves multiple stakeholders within our CET ecosystem. And this has helped us to deliver the skills training that's needed for different industries and different worker segments. So as you can see on the slide, we work with our universities, we work with the polytechnics and our Institute for Technical Education. We work with various government-linked providers, government agencies, private training providers, but also with companies that are conducting in-house training and the various industry and trade bodies that are able to deliver industry-specific skills. Next slide, please. So this is a question that policymakers around the world, we're asking ourselves. What does the future of work look like? And there are many different reports out there by think tanks from the US, from Europe, from Asia, all trying to get a sense of what the future of work looks like. You might have read reports about robots replacing humans, jobs are going to be lost, and so on. What we really see is that there's going to be a complementary effect of these developments with the way the future of work is going to be shaped. Now, as we look at the future of work, there are 5 major trends that we foresee that will affect labor markets. And let me talk about each of these trends in a little bit of detail. The first disruption that we're seeing is technology. In the past few decades, we've seen rapid technological advancements leading to disruptions across different industries. The way that businesses have to operate today to serve their customers is very different from the way it was 10 years ago, 5 years ago. Technology terms such as data analytics, artificial intelligence, automation, fourth industrial revolution, these terms are no longer limited to just a few specific industry and jobs. We're seeing these technologies having an effect, an impact on multiple industries, and almost every single industry now has to respond to technological disruptions. Businesses here in Singapore and globally are embarking on digitalization, leveraging on technology to better serve customers, to capture new business opportunities, to reduce costs. And as a result, many think tanks such as McKinsey, Deloitte, the World Economic Forum, they have predicted massive changes in job tasks, and work skills are becoming obsolete at a faster pace. And clearly that puts pressure on our vocational education and training systems. How do we respond? The second disruption that I want to talk about is shifting demographics. In many advanced economies, we're facing an aging population. We're facing declining birth rates. And I think Taiwan and Singapore have similar trends in that area. And so with aging population and declining birth rates, how do we sustain economic growth? We need better trained workforce. We need to increase productivity to be able to maintain our economic growth. In developing economies, the situation is slightly different. There still continue to be high birth rates, But we're seeing high rates of youth unemployment. And there are gaps between the skills of those who are entering the workforce from the school system with what employers need, because these employers also have to respond to the shifting trends in technology, shifting trends in the way businesses are operating. Developing economies, there's a need for the workforce to remain upskilled to power economic growth for these economies. So shifting demographics clearly having an impact on the kinds of workforce and skills needs that we need in our economies. The third disruption that I want to talk about is longevity, lifespans. With advances in medical science, we are living longer with improved quality of life. In Linda Grattan's book, 100-Year Life, she talked about multiple life phases and careers. So if you imagine if we lived for 100 years, the traditional model of education, working lives, and then retirement, that model is being challenged. If we were to retire at, say, 65 years old, but we live to 100 years old, we have 35 years where we're not economically active. Now, that's going to be a big problem in terms of retirement adequacy. And so, if that model doesn't work anymore, we have to be looking at longer working lives. And how do we continue to learn to remain relevant as we look at longer lifespan and multiple life careers and life stages? So, longevity also has an impact on the future work. The fourth disruption I want to talk about is shifts in globalization and localization. Post World War II, we have seen steady progress towards globalization, where economies, financial systems, supply chains, and societies have become increasingly interlinked. Over the past 5 years, arising from geopolitical developments and cross border restrictions due to COVID, we have seen shifts towards localization of particular industries and jobs. So, in the past, we may have pursued an economic strategy where we outsource and offshore low value added jobs. And many of these jobs are in the manufacturing space. But with COVID and with geopolitical developments, countries are now looking at reshoring some of these activities to build further resilience in the supply chains, whether it's in the area of food, production of vaccines, electronic production, and so on. So these shifts lead to changes in the supply chains within our countries, and hence the skills needed in our workforce. And finally, let me talk about the disruption that we are all familiar with, COVID-19. When COVID-19 first hit last year, I think many of us were hopeful that it would be short-lived like SARS, that maybe within a few months, we would be back to normal. 2 years on, I think, almost 2 years on now, I think we've come to realize that it's not a pandemic anymore. It's likely to be an endemic. We probably have to learn to live with COVID-19 for an extended period of time. So COVID-19 clearly has extensive and prolonged impacts across multiple industry sectors. In some sectors, jobs have been lost. Let's say in tourism, in hospitality, clearly jobs have been lost. In some sectors, we've seen job growth. So areas like electronic commerce, we've seen job growth. And also digital production of events like the one that we have today, that has also grown. So again, this leads to changes in the skills needed by the industry. Now, what do these trends and disruptions mean to enterprises, to companies? If companies don't respond, they won't survive. Companies would have to pivot and transform. They would have to look at how to automate and digitalize their business processes. They would have to build skills and agility amongst the employees. And critically, they would have to adopt a mindset and have the leadership orientation that positions their businesses for transformation. Now, if we think about if you are individuals in the workforce, what do these trends and disruptions mean? If you don't upskill, you may very well be out of a job in the near future. Our workers would have to respond to changes in jobs and job tasks. They would have to reskill, upskill, and very likely multi-skill to be able to be resilient, particularly in emerging and digital skills areas as we see it. And workers would have to embrace change as a constant in the future work. So as we look at how to prepare for the future work, companies need to pivot, individuals need to embrace change, and it's imperative to develop the necessary skills and capabilities to respond to these changes. And the challenge on us as policymakers is how do we support companies and individuals as they go through that transformation and change. Next slide, please. But there is one problem. Our education and training systems have not been designed to meet rapidly changing skills needs of our workforce. If we look at our traditional education system, it is very linear in nature. It is front-loaded in nature. Initial education qualifications cannot adequately prepare our workers for lifetime careers. We need a new paradigm for skills and knowledge acquisition, a paradigm that is non-linear, that is flexible, that is agile and responsive to changes. And such a paradigm will enable us to respond effectively to fast evolving disruptions. Now, this is easier said than done because we have traditional systems, we have legacy systems. So the challenge upon us is how do we bring about this change while living with the systems that we have that have worked very well for us for so many years. So as we think about the future of work, we must also think about the future of learning, the future of education, and the systems that's needed to support that. From our perspective, we believe that we need a system that has multiple pathways, one that allows individuals to progress not just through academic attainment, but also through skills mastery. We need a system that is not front-loaded, a system that is much more lifelong learning in nature, that individuals can come into the education system, leave after gaining some skills and qualifications, and come back in the system again when they need to upskill themselves, and to keep doing this throughout their lives. We're also seeing the need to bridge the gap between the skills that are imparted through education systems and the skills that are needed by employers at the workplace. And we believe that we can bridge that gap by integrating work and study within our education and training curriculum. So that integration of work and study is one of the directions that we're pursuing here in the Singapore system. We also need to emphasize the acquisition of priority and emerging skills. What we have seen in the last 3 to 5 years is a rapid ramp up in the digital skills needs of businesses. And so our workforce have to acquire these digital skills rapidly to be able to be employable. And we need to provide access and support for individuals as they look at acquiring these skills. And finally, we believe too that we need to empower individuals to take ownership of their of their learning journey. Many of us, perhaps from the previous generations, and maybe even some in the current generation, when we graduate from vocational education institutions or from universities, perhaps the thinking is that we've done enough studying for life. Now that mindset has to change, because if we are going to be disrupted on an ongoing basis, we need to keep learning new skills and keep picking up new skills. And we need that mindset to be across our general population. Next slide, please. And this is precisely the intent of the Skills Future movement that was launched here in Singapore in 2015. And so I'll talk a little bit about the Skills Future movement, which builds on the 4 decades of workforce skills development efforts that I've talked about earlier. Now, Skills Future is a national skills strategy to develop an integrated, high-quality education and training system, a system that is responsive to the evolving needs of our economy and society. And our vision is to build a skilled, adaptable, and resilient workforce by supporting employers, workers, and individuals in their pursuit of skills mastery, and to establish a culture of lifelong learning. In developing such a lifelong learning system, there are a few important things that we must ensure. One of them is that this system must be accessible. And accessibility means that we need to deliver education and training in different ways to meet the needs of different population segments. And the training courses have to be modular and bite-sized in design, and they have to be relevant and to tap on the prior experience of learners. And this also means that we have to cater to our population segments, whether they are highly literate
or they are low in literacy, whether they are digitally confident or if they are digitally ignorant, we have to make sure that they have access to a lifetime of learning opportunities. Now, even with such an integrated, accessible education and training system in place, what is even more critical to address is culture and mindset. And I talked a little bit about this earlier. If we come into the mindset that we have learned enough after formal education years, then that culture and mindset needs to shift. We believe that the mindset of companies need to be one where they continually innovate and transform to meet the challenges of the evolving economy, and also to develop the necessary capabilities and skills to be able to support the transformation. The mindset of individuals has to be one where they are not complacent. They have to keep thinking about new skills that they need to acquire throughout their lives and their careers. So as we look ahead and prepare for future work, our belief is that lifelong learning is no longer a good to have. It has become a must have. And as we look at the different disruptions that I've discussed, I think it is quite clear that we need to have a system of lifelong learning for our general workforce, for our general population. Next slide, please. Over the last 5 years, 5 to 6 years of the Skills Future movement, we've built up a comprehensive suite of initiatives as part of that movement. We've launched various initiatives to support an individual's education and career life cycle. And I don't intend for you to read every box on this slide, but I just want to give you a sense that when we think about initiatives and interventions, we're thinking about an individual's lifespan as they go through the careers, as they go through education, as they go through their silver years. There are specific initiatives that support and that focus and support emerging skills, including digitalization, artificial intelligence, and the fourth industrial revolution. There are also initiatives to support business transformation, for businesses to be able to use technology to transform themselves to become smart businesses. And there are also different initiatives to support workers in upskilling and reskilling and to become smart workers. And all these go towards supporting our efforts in building Singapore as a smart nation. In the next few slides, I would highlight a few of the key initiatives for your reference. I think many of these initiatives, you might already have an equivalent version within your country, but I think some of these initiatives might provide some additional perspectives for your consideration. Next slide, please. If I take a step back, as we think about our workforce skills development strategies, as we think about how we position the Skills Future movement, it is important that these efforts are aligned with our national economic strategy. Skills development has to be in support of key industry sectors that we are trying to grow. So in the Singapore context, we've developed 23 industry transformation maps. And this covers 23 economic sectors that comprises about 80% of our GDP. Each of these industry transformation maps charts out where the industry sector is going to go in the next 5 to 10 years. And we look at 4 different pillars: a pillar on productivity, on innovation, on internationalization, and also on the jobs and skills that are needed to support that sector's growth. So as we look at impacts of automation and technology, how does that impact productivity? How do we drive more innovation in that sector? How do we make sure that the jobs, how do we get some sensing of the kinds of jobs that are growing in the sector, the skills that are needed, and how do we capture international opportunities through the growth areas in that sector? The industry transformation map was developed in collaboration with multiple stakeholders. And there were a number of high-level committees that were set up with the government, with enterprises, with our unions, with our industry associations, with our thought leaders and our experts. And this provides guidance as we look at the jobs and skills pillar of the industry transformation map. Next slide, please. I've talked about the jobs and skills pillar in the industry transformation map. The next thing that we had to figure out is within this industry sector, what are the types of jobs and skills that are needed? And here we've developed a set of skills frameworks, again, in close consultation with the industry, with the experts, to look at what kind of job roles there are, job families there are within the industry sector, the job roles, and we segregate the job roles into 6 levels. And for each job, what are the technical skills that are needed? What are the horizontal soft skills that are needed? But also, what are some of the emerging and future skills that are likely to impact the job role? And so we have 34 skills frameworks published on our Skills Future website. We make these available to the rest of the industry, to training providers, to serve as a guide, but also as a common language as we talk about workforce skilling requirements. The skills framework then can be used to guide individuals, to companies and training providers as they think about what types of skills is needed for their job role, what kind of training options are there, and how do individuals move from one job to the other job, and where the skills gaps that might have to be bridged. And so the skills framework has been very useful in helping us to organize our continuing education and training system. Next slide, please. For those of us policymakers who have worked on the equivalent of skills frameworks, and I'm aware that in many countries, there are industry training councils that do similar work in developing competency standards and skills frameworks for their respective industries. For those of us who have been working in this area, you would know that it takes very long to develop a skills framework. We've taken anywhere between 12 months to 18 months to develop a skills framework, and to refresh the skills framework takes a long time as well, because there's a lot of consultation that's needed. There's a lot of validation of the skills that are captured within skills frameworks. And so we realized that that is too slow for particular industry sectors. Let's take, for example, ICT, Infocom Technology sector. The skills that are needed by that sector evolves very, very quickly. So in some of the sub-areas within ICT, the skills changes within every 6 to 9 months. Now, if our consultation process takes 2 years, you could see how it will be already obsolete by the time we publish the skills frameworks. So we're now moving to using big data to help make our skills analysis much more rapid and agile. We're developing a set of capabilities, we call them job skills insights, where we take big data sources, and this includes job postings, job vacancies and job postings. We look at the skills frameworks taxonomy that we have, put them all into a big database. We call it the Job Skills Data Lake. And here we ingest data from multiple data sources, both locally as well as internationally, and develop the necessary methodology and AI techniques to be able to query that database and be able to deliver near real-time analysis on how the jobs and skills market is evolving. Now, arising from this system, we've also developed what we call the Singapore Skills Taxonomy. There's about 11,000 skills captured within the taxonomy to define the different skills that are needed at different levels for different jobs. Our job skills database had become very useful during COVID. As you would appreciate and know, the COVID had caused major disruptions in a number of industry sectors, and we had to find a way to quickly help workers who were displaced in those sectors to get jobs in other sectors where there was still jobs growth. So by using the job skills database, we were able to accurately determine where are the skills adjacent jobs, and then be able to give these workers top-up training to be proficient in making their job transition. Next slide, please. I talked a little bit earlier about the need to bridge the gap between our education system and the skills needs amongst industry, amongst our employers. So through the work-study programs that we have championed, that's the efforts to close this gap that I talked about. And in that area, we have launched multiple work-study arrangements, including diploma level post-diploma level offerings, and even degree level offerings for our work-study programs. There are also bootcamp programs, we call them work-study certificate programs, to rapidly upskill an individual for particular types of jobs. And we've used that successfully in the area of digital marketing, for example. Now, the work-study programs sound similar to a certain extent to apprenticeship systems that we're familiar with, where countries like Germany and Switzerland are well known for apprenticeship systems. However, as we looked at the Singapore context, we do not have the history, nor the legislative measures, nor the culture to be able to be successful in copying or emulating the apprenticeship model in its entirety in Singapore. But we have found that the work-study model that we've implemented actually works quite well. Many of our employers appreciate the ability to have a ready talent pool, a pipeline of talents coming in through a work-study arrangement and be able to be productive, increasingly productive as they work with these employees. And these work-study programs have helped to bridge and improve the learning to career transition for students coming through our education system. Next slide, please. Now, the topic of this conference focuses on digital skills. What I've described to you is a skills development system that not only just focuses on digital skills, but across a whole range of workforce relevant skills. But since the topic focuses on digital skills, let me share with you a little bit more about interventions we put in place specific to digital skills. Now, as we look at the types of skills that are needed by a workforce, we can broadly classify them to 4 different levels: foundational level skills, beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. When I talk about foundational level skills, I'm talking about basic appreciation of digital technologies and broad understanding and awareness of how technology is impacting work as well as daily lives. And in that area, we have launched a national program. We call it Skills Future for Digital Workplace. And this is a very broad 2-day program. And our aim is to have every single person in our workforce go through that program to develop an awareness of what the future of work means, how technology is impacting work in general, some of the frequently used applications and digital tools to be able to carry out the work, but also an appreciation of some of the areas such as management of information, cybersecurity, how to use data, and the need to embrace change as a constant as they look at the future of work. Beyond the foundational level, we have a suite of beginner, intermediate, advanced courses that are mainly offered by our institutes of higher learning, and there are more than 1,000 courses now under the Skills Future series. We've mapped out 8 priority and emerging skills areas with broad impact across various industry sectors. And this covers areas such as data analytics, finance and fintech, technology-enabled services, digital media, cybersecurity, entrepreneurship, urban solutions, and advanced manufacturing. So individuals have the option now and availability and access to all these courses. And we've seen pretty strong demand for these courses taken by working professionals from across various industry sectors. These efforts are also complemented by specific interventions in particular areas. So for instance, we've launched a series of interventions under what we call AI Singapore, Artificial Intelligence Singapore, through our National Research Foundation. They've supported the AISG to develop 3 pillars in AI research, in AI technology, in AI innovation, with a range of cross-disciplinary applications and programs that are benefiting individuals as well as companies. Next slide, please. So far, I've talked about interventions coming from a supply perspective, meaning that these are provision that the government has been able to provide through partnerships with various training organizations with our institutes of higher learning. What is also very important is to be able to help individuals to make informed learning and career choices. With so many courses and so many options in place, how do they figure out what is the learning journey that they should take? And here we have launched a national portal. We call it My Skills Future Portal. It's meant to be a one-stop portal for an individual's education and career guidance needs. Students from as young as primary 5, at the primary 5 level, is given an account and they can maintain an account throughout their life. And there are various services offered within that portal to provide guidance, provide self-assessment tools and access to various job market information, as well as the training exchange to search for a range of courses that's relevant to where their skills upgrading needs are. At the community level, we've also rolled out a range of interventions. One of them is called Skills Future Advice, and this is where we bring the Skills Future information and message to various communities. And frequently we go to the heartlands where the general population is and be able to relate to them in a way that makes sense to them, in a way that they can understand. We've also launched a Skills Future Training Advisory, where a number of skills ambassadors provides individualized one-to-one advice for those who are seeking career transitions and looking at upskilling themselves to prepare for that transition. Next slide, please. Now, in addition to providing that advice to individuals, we've also embarked on a number of efforts to recognize and promote the culture of lifelong learning. And here I've given 2 examples where we have launched the Skills Future Fellowship Award that recognizes individuals with deep skills and their efforts to support continued skills mastery as they go throughout the career. But also the Skills Future Employer Award that recognizes employers that puts in substantial efforts to support the upskilling of their employees. And these awards are positioned as very high-level awards. As you can see, our president, our lady president, is the sponsor, is the patron for this award. And so every year we carry out this award, and it helps to drive the message of the importance of skills mastery, skills development, and lifelong learning for the population as a whole. Next slide, please. I talked about making education and training opportunities accessible to the general population. We must also ensure that such opportunities are affordable to our population at large. Training opportunities should not be just for large companies and individuals with financial means. It has to also cater to those who are disadvantaged, to companies that are small or micro in size, and to those who are have-nots within our societies. So as we look at the Skills Future movement, we wanted it to be inclusive, and we want to provide the equivalent of universal access to a system of lifelong education and training for our population. So under the Skills Future movement, we provided a range of financial support to defray the cost of training. One of these programs is Skills Future Credit. This is an individual training account. We started off with a $500 credit, and we have provided periodic top-ups for the individual accounts. An individual can take the credit and put it towards courses of their choice. And the credit is used to defray the out-of-pocket expenses for attending training. Now, let me explain this a little bit. When I talk about out-of-pocket expenses, this is the remaining fee payable after government subsidy. So for example, if you are an individual above 40 years old and you attend a government subsidized course, there is already government subsidy of 90% of the course fees to support your learning. The Skills Future credit can be used to pay the remainder, that remaining 10% of the fees that you would have to pay typically out of your own pocket. So as you can see, the level of provision is very high to help individuals to take the step to upskill themselves. In the recent years, we've also launched the Skills Future Enterprise Credit. And this is a $10,000 credit. It's like a company training account. The companies can use this credit to support enterprise transformation, but also to support workforce transformation, upskilling of the employees. And as I mentioned, this is over and above the course fee grants and other interventions such as wage support, training allowance that we provide for funded training programs. Now, all these interventions help to make training affordable. It reduces the barrier and incentivizes companies to support upskilling and also to encourage individuals to pursue their own learning throughout life. Now, through our SkillsFuture efforts, by making it accessible and affordable, we have achieved high annual training participation rates of about 50% of our working population. And that comes very close to the training participation rates of advanced economies and OECD countries. 80% of employers that we surveyed reported improved work outcomes from workers who have gone for training. Today, we have more than 20,000 supported courses, and that includes courses in basic digital literacy, but also in emerging and digital skills and job-relevant skills that combines technical skills for job tasks and soft skills in areas such as critical thinking, interpersonal interactions, and adapting to change. Next slide, please. Let me now shift a little bit and talk about disruptions that we've seen during COVID and how we responded to some of these disruptions. Now, COVID clearly has accelerated the pace of transformation and mindset change. We have seen extensive impact across different sectors. Industries and workers had to adjust to new modes of working and delivering their business offerings, services, and products through alternative processes. We've also seen a necessity to innovate to survive. So one of the positive things about COVID is that it has driven the need for change, and we have indeed seen many of these examples of transformation and changes. For example, in areas such as tour agents, tour companies and tour agents, they had to change the model. We've seen changes in wedding planning, in manufacturing, in retailing, in conferences and events like the one that we're attending to this morning. Clearly, it has accelerated the need for rapid skills development. Next slide, please. So when COVID first hit, like many other countries, we've looked at rolling out a number of immediate measures to support companies and to workers. And the way we think about it is not only are we saving lives through public health measures, we're also looking at how to save livelihoods. And these two have to go hand in hand as we look at positioning our society and economy for recovery. So in terms of supporting companies, we've rolled out some very immediate schemes, such as the job support scheme. We extended loans to companies. We provided rental reliefs, and we provided support for transformation for companies who are adopting e-commerce for going digital. On the side of the workforce, we provided income relief and support grants, specific assistance to self-employed individuals who were badly impacted, but also deferring loan payments and premium payments for insurance and so on, and supporting them through job search and skills training. I think this is similar strategies and efforts that have been rolled out in a number of different countries. And this has helped to buffer the initial impact of COVID. And we've now rolled back a little bit on these initiatives and moved on to the next phase of support. Next slide, please. What we have also ramped up and stepped up on was to provide support through training that was needed by different industry sectors and for different types of jobs. We've rolled out an enhanced training support package, and this was intended to help companies and their employees within badly affected sectors. The initial response for many companies when facing a crisis is to let go of their employees. And we wanted to encourage companies to retain their employees and develop the skill set of their employees during the time when they're affected, during the downtime where their employees may not be having as much work, to be able to upskill and increase their skills level and prepare themselves for recovery. So we rolled out the enhanced training support package for a number of industry sectors, including the air transportation sector, as well as sectors like tourism. This has proven to be very helpful and has proven to be very popular. At the height of unemployment in Singapore during COVID last year, we were looking at employment rates. And now our employment rate has come back down to around 3% or a little bit below 3%. So we could see that some of these interventions have been helpful in staving off high rates of unemployment. At the same time, we also saw the need to quickly upskill individuals who are able to carry out essential roles. So again, due to COVID, there was a shortage of hospital staff, in particular in intensive care units, but also staff that we had to deploy to the community. For example, swabbers, temperature taking, and cleaning staff, for example. So we provided rapid scale up of training for these workers for these essential roles. In our construction industry, we also had to provide rapid training at scale for safe management officers. Next slide, please. In the second half of last year, we've rolled out a range of additional support measures. We call them the SG United programs. And these are wide-ranging interventions to help fresh graduates, to help working professionals to deal with the impact of COVID. Due to the extended impact of COVID, we recognized that there was a need to continue to create new jobs, the need to help fresh graduates find their way into employment, the need to help displaced workers transit to other jobs. And a range of different initiatives were launched as United Jobs, traineeships, enterprise attachments, and skills programs were put in place towards helping individuals make those transitions. We also used the opportunity to accelerate development in Infocom technology and AI skills. A number of the SG United skills programs, a large number of them were focused on equipping individuals with those skills. Now, the SG United programs actually offer pretty good support for individuals. They are 6 to 12 month long program that individuals can go through. And as they are going through the program, if they find employment, they're able to actually leave the program without penalty and take up the employment. And during the time that they were undergoing training, they receive a modest training allowance that will help to defray their day-to-day living needs. So that program, again, has been very successful. We're still in the midst of providing that program. We might retire the program sometime next year. Next slide, please. So the range of programs and the responses that I mentioned have been very effective at supporting the economy and supporting companies and individuals to navigate the disruptions brought about by COVID. Let me share with you a couple of stories to illustrate how the system worked for our workforce and our companies. On the left of this slide is a lady, her name is Carol Gold. She's 50 years old. She had 30 years of aviation sector experience. And when the COVID pandemic hit, there was a sharp downturn within the aviation sector due to border closures and travel restrictions. She was laid off in September last year. And with the entire aviation sector down, she had to seek opportunities within other sectors. She enrolled in a course in healthcare, right, from aviation to healthcare, under the SG United Skills Program. It was designed to help mid-career professionals from other sectors to acquire the necessary skills for the healthcare sector. And that has enabled Carol to switch from aviation to a nursing job in healthcare. And there are many other similar stories like this, where workers switch from particular sectors that were declining to sectors where there were job growth. On the right is Nam Ho Travel. This is a local small medium enterprise with about $50 million in annual revenue. The tourism sector was clearly hit by COVID and still badly hit by COVID right now. And so their revenues dropped sharply. As a company, they had to pivot towards electronic commerce and providing of logistics services, as well as providing virtual tours. Namho Travel sent a staff for training, leveraging on the enhanced training support package that I shared with you earlier on, and that provided support with course fee grants, absentee payroll, and their employees were able to pick up new skills and be able to switch, help the company to switch to some of these new business models. They managed to maintain their business viability even during these difficult times. And again, we've seen many of these stories of companies pivoting successfully throughout the pandemic, be it in food delivery, in manufacturing, in retail, and so on. So with a comprehensive skills development system in place, as long as companies are willing to take the steps, they will have affordable access to learning, and they will be supported in their change journey. They will survive, and we hope they will thrive. Next slide, please. Now, as you can imagine, I've described the comprehensive system that I've described is a massive undertaking, and there is no way that the government can do it alone. So we have to take a multi-stakeholder approach to be able to be successful in building a system of such a scale that is comprehensive in such a nature, and also that has accessibility to such a broad segments of the population. On the supply side, we partner with our institutes for higher learning, with our training providers, to ensure that there's a supply of timely, accessible, and relevant training for our workforce. We also partner with industry leaders who are visionary and they want to contribute towards training for the industry sector, to train beyond their own needs. And we have a number of these companies that we work with, and they've done very well. On the demand side, we engage with enterprises, with companies, to support employees in their skills development. We engage with unions to provide targeted assistance to various workforce segments or various industry sectors that have been impacted by disruptions. We engage with trade bodies to reach out and support their member companies as they look at transformation and digitalization. So as we look at preparing for the future of work, we're shifting from traditionally government-led provision of education to a multi-stakeholder-led collaboration to build up this vibrant lifelong learning system that I've described. Next slide, please. Let me conclude by summarizing a few reflection points. First, we are seeing increasing frequency and impact of disruptions to our economies and our societies. And the impact of these disruptions go beyond specific industry sectors. It goes beyond artificial intelligence and technology. What is really at the core of these disruptions is the need to transform, to stay resilient and competitive. Using technology as a key enabler, but in future, there'll be other skills and other capabilities that would enable that transformation. We believe that transformation is key for companies and workers to stay resilient and competitive. New business models, new business processes will be needed to capture emerging opportunities as we look ahead. And clearly, COVID has further accelerated the need and the change and the pace of change for companies. Second point is about needing a skilled workforce. Even if our companies were highly intent on transformation, if they do not have access to a pipeline of skilled talent, they will not be successful in transforming. So companies must support their workforce to upskill and reskill with mastery of relevant emerging digital and AI skills. Companies and individuals will do well by adopting a growth mindset and by embracing change. The increasing pace of change and the associated skills disruptions calls for a new paradigm for our education and training systems. As policymakers, we need to rethink the paradigm for education and training. How do we meet the changing economic and societal needs into the future. In Singapore, we believe that a lifelong learning system that is more flexible, that's more adaptive and more accessible would help us to meet the changing economic and societal needs. Now, in the Singapore context, the Skills Future movement has established a system to support the transformation and upskilling of companies and workers across all industry sectors. We built a foundation to support agile acquisition of skills. That's a combination of technical skills as well as soft skills that will build the adaptability of our companies, build the resilience of our workforce, and build the confidence of our communities to navigate disruptions and emerge stronger through periods of crisis and change. And finally, the need to take an integrated ecosystem approach to build a scalable, fit-for-purpose, and responsive education and training system that will support all industry sectors and workforce segments. This job is too large and too complex for any specific stakeholder, and so we have to work across multiple stakeholders for such a system. Now, even as we are dealing with immediate needs and pressures due to COVID, we would need to maintain our attention on longer-term development goals, economic and social development goals for our nations. Next slide, please. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you for your attention. There is more information available on the Skills Future website, and I welcome ongoing sharing and exchanges as we navigate the challenges of disruptions within our economies and societies. I'm happy to take questions during this segment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Fung. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. You're expecting questions? I've got questions for you. So now, speaking to our viewers online, watching us by YouTube channel, you may post your questions in the comment section of the YouTube. So here, I have the questions on my iPad from the comments. Okay, so Dr. Fung, with your permission, of course you're giving me permission already, I'm gonna ask some questions for you to answer. Now, as you've mentioned in your presentation, transition is very important, okay? Transition by definition is change. Now, the only thing that doesn't change is change itself. So we always have to adapt. Do you agree?
Well, absolutely, right? Change is constant, right?
Yes, indeed. Now, okay, here comes a question, Dr. Fung. In response to the pandemic, many learnings and trainings have almost ceased, almost come to a standstill. And during this pandemic of COVID-19, what measures have the government of Singapore implemented to assist your companies in Singapore and the public, the population of Singapore, to continue their education and to improve their working skills? Would you like me to repeat that?
No, I think I got it.
Good.
Well, that's a great question. And indeed, that was a challenge that we faced last year. In middle of last year, we had to go into a very tight lockdown situation. We call it circuit breaker here in Singapore.
The whole world.
We had to severely restrict economic activity. What we then did was to pivot our training organizations to deliver their training using online delivery modes. And it's remarkable to see how quickly they were able to switch. And this required a few different things. One is clearly we need to make sure that our regulation and policies do not impede the transition for our training providers to take their training offerings and put them in an online mode. So we had to make some very rapid policy changes to enable that. We also provided support through technical advice to our training providers. How can they make this rapid switch? What kind of platforms can they use? And also to provide advice to learners. Now, as you can imagine, this worked well for learners who are reasonably digitally fluent. They are able to be confident to access online learning. We also had segments of population that were not digitally confident or may not even have access to devices and broadband connections. And so we rolled out specific interventions to help those segments. We rolled out a workshop, we call it the Digital Learner Beginner Workshop, where individuals who may not even be confident on how to go online would be able to attend this workshop. And through about a day of hand-holding, no physical hand-holding as in guidance, they were actually able to access learning. And what was really heartening was once they were able to access learning, they now have the confidence to continue to learn in subsequent training. So we had to respond very rapidly. And I would say that last year, more than 80% of our training providers were able to successfully transition to delivering learning and online. And today, when we look at the preference of learners, more than 90% of our learners prefer some kind of hybrid mode of learning. And about a quarter of them actually would like to have 100% online learning. So we've actually managed to make that transition. There are still some jobs that are difficult to train remotely. So for example, jobs that require physical demonstration skills. So those are still impacted. But for the larger training ecosystem, they were able to continue operating through the pandemic.
Right, like the airline stewardess who turned healthcare worker. I wonder if
Yes,
she's
that's
back.
right.
I wonder if she stayed at healthcare or went back to airlines. I wonder. Did you follow up?
Well, that's a good question. I could follow up, but
Yeah.
many of them, when they were able to make the transition, they found a new calling, right? Many of us, we tend to be in a certain profession for many years, and until we make the switch, we don't really appreciate, the new role we switched to.
Right.
So many of them actually, I speak to some of these individuals who attend different training programs, and they tell me that they found a new calling in their lives to switch to a new role, and they find new meaning. So that's all very encouraging as well.
Nicely put. New work, meaning new meaning in life. How's that? Right. Okay. Sir, Dr. Feng, next question. This question is posed to me in Mandarin, so I'll just read off the Mandarin question now, hopefully translated into English. But I'm sure your Mandarin is even better than mine. 想要了
if you want to understand with regard to the $10,000 subsidy to the employer to the internal training
incentives for the business operators to join in the process. Did I translate that correctly?
I did hear the question quite well because the translator was reading and I couldn't hear both the English and the Chinese question. Could you repeat the
Let me
question?
translate that.
in English?
Okay. Let me
Yeah.
translate that. So there are incentives for the business operators to help enhance the skills of their workers, right, to transit. Are there any other incentives for the business operator to allow their workers to have additional skills training? This incentive is for the business operator, huh?
So the model that we have is, as an employer, you would naturally be interested in the skills of your employees.
Uh-huh.
And if you were to send your employees for training, there is government support for that training in the form of course fee grants, and in some cases, wage support as well, depending on the type of programs. So there is already incentives, and these incentives could be quite generous. If you are a small, medium enterprise, the course fee grants are supported at 90% of the course fees. So if the course costs $1,000, you pay $100 as an employer. Now, what the SkillsFuture Enterprise Credit provides is that now you don't even have to pay that $100. You use your enterprise credit to pay that $100. And so the training is practically free for the employers. So that's the kind of support that we have, which really, from a business perspective, we want to encourage employees to support their workers for skills training. And there's opportunity cost when they send the workers for training because the workers cannot be working during that time. So to bridge that barrier, we're making the training very, very affordable. In fact, hardly any cost to the employees.
Right, almost free for the employer. So the employer has incentive because
Yes.
I'm getting more skills for my workers working for me for free. All right. Okay. Next question,
right.
Dr. Feng. Measuring, excuse me, learning effectiveness. Measuring learning effectiveness. That's an important part of vocational training. I'm sure you agree. So how does SkillsFuture evaluate learners at different stages? Evaluation process, assessment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there are a few different approaches. So clearly, the person who's asking this question is an expert in this area because this is a very important question when we think about workforce skilling. So our answer we have three broad interventions. in this area. The first is there are a set of qualification standards, workforce skills qualification standards that we define and produce. And in the WSQ system, workforce skills qualification system, it specifies the curriculum and assessment standards that's needed and the assessment that's needed to certify an individual as competent for a particular training, particular competency. Now, for those types of training, we require our training providers to administer the assessment and to determine that the individual is proficient and able to demonstrate the competency. Now, for a number of our training partners, we use the Kirkpatrick model, the levels 1 to 4 Kirkpatrick model, to assess the outcomes of learning. So the level 1, level 2, and then level 3 is applying to the jobs. Level 4, leading to improvements and so on. So we use that 4 levels to assess the effectiveness of learning. There's one more system that we've put in place. We call it the training quality outcomes measurement system. And this is a survey tool where we survey every learner immediately after training, but also 6 months after training, to look at the effectiveness of the learning and the outcomes of the learning. And we use the TRACOM ratings to look at how well the courses are doing, and also individual training providers. How well are they doing in terms of effectiveness of learning outcomes? But this is a difficult area. Even with these 3 interventions I talked about, it's still not a perfect measure, but it gives us a way to monitor and assure that the general quality of the training is maintained.
I'm sure it's near perfect. So you assess straight after the course and 6 months after the course, right?
That's right.
To make sure they don't forget their training.
Well, to get a better sense of what is the impact of the training on their work, and whether it led to any job enlargement or job progression.
Yes, of course. Dr. Feng, next question. This is a very direct question. How many different categories does skills framework include? And how do you determine which structure or which category which skills belongs to? And how do you classify cross-domain capabilities?
Again, this question must come from an expert as well.
I thought so too.
I'm glad. That I'm amongst many experts and many colleagues who are working deeply on these areas. We have 34 skills frameworks in place today. The 23 economic sectors that I talked about, that's under our industry transformation maps, they have a skills framework. But we also have skills frameworks for a number of other important areas, so 34 of them. Now, what we've realized too is that many of these skills are cross-cutting. So if you classify a skill under skills framework A in manufacturing, for example, it could also be relevant to another sector like ICT, and indeed, or logistics for that matter. Indeed, there are many of these cross-cutting skills. So in the job skills database that I talked about, we've actually changed the mapping design. The initial skills frameworks were mapped, the design of it was such that the technical skills had to map into a particular framework. But now we have multiple mapping for the skills. So a particular skill can actually be mapped to multiple industry verticals, if you would. And that gives us the ability to be much more representative in how we label our taxonomy and how we draw relations between the different skills elements. I think this does get quite technical, and if that individual is interested to have a further conversation, I'd be quite happy to have separate discussions subsequent to the conference.
Right, of course. Let's not get too technical. Right, Dr. Feng, this is a question that I have not from online, from on-site participants, so it's in paper form. I'm going to read it off. It's in Mandarin, but I'll translate it into English best I can. Singapore vocational training. Do you have a separate category of vocational training, especially designed for persons with disabilities? Okay. Or do you train them together with persons without disabilities? That's question part 1. The question part 2 says, now, and for the category of persons with disabilities, there are different kinds of disabilities like eyesight, hearing impaired. Do you further divide that into different categories in terms of vocational training, separately catered, designed to them? That's the question.
Yep. Okay. So persons with disabilities, we regard them as a special segment. So the level of support that we provide are at amongst the highest levels. Right? So there are several disadvantaged segments that we pay extra attention to. Persons with disabilities is one of them. Low-wage workers is another one. And in fact, women who are returning back to the workforce is another segment that we pay a lot of attention to. Now, so persons with disabilities, depending on whether they are high functioning or low functioning, the high functioning ones are able to access our regular training programs. But there are many medium and low functioning persons with disabilities that are not able to access regular training. And there we work with the Ministry of Social and Family, one of our government ministries here, and one of the subsidiary organizations to specially design programs and interventions that is suitable for persons with disabilities. So first, we have to look at the range of training courses. How do we narrow to a set that is relevant to these persons with disabilities, and then provide support for assistive devices or different ways of delivering the training pedagogy so that the persons with disabilities are able to be trained. But having said that, it is still a very challenging segment because the range of disabilities are very wide-ranging and different. Yes. So I think that there is, although we have these special interventions, I think more needs and can be done in this area. And in fact, as we speak, we are rolling out our next plan in this segment to look at how to increase the level of provision and accommodation for this segment.
Okay, looking forward to the plan rolling out. And maybe next time you join us, you could tell us more about this rolled out plan. Okay, Dr. Feng, your time is precious, and we have 3 minutes left on your clock, so I'm going to shoot the last question, okay? Now, you've talked about the people with disabilities, you've talked about those low-wage workers and the workforce, mothers returning back to work from families, from taking care of their children. Now, how about the group of people that have just graduated, young folks, very young people who are just graduated, or just about to graduate? Do you have any suggestions from your capacity as in your position or from your personal experience to convert, excuse me, to convert the knowledge that they have learned in school into real world, practical skills to be used on their job sites? Personal point of view? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, this is an excellent question. I believe that, what we've observed in Singapore is probably relevant in many other economies as well. Individuals who are coming out from the workplace, coming out from the education system, not quite having work-ready skills. And that's something that we're hearing from employers. Because of the pace of business today and the rapid change of skills, what we're seeing is many of the students coming out don't have not just the experience, but may not even have the right skills that the employers are looking for. And employers are now also less willing to train new workers, for the first 6 to 12 months. They need the individuals to come in work ready. So this is an increasing gap. And as I shared earlier, what we are doing now is injecting more workplace learning and work-based learning within our education system. Some parts of that is the work-study program that I talked about. When individuals spends a certain amount of time at the workplace in structured learning, structured on-the-job learning, and some time within the institution. And so by the time they graduate, they actually have the work-ready skills for the company.
Interns, right?
Well, it goes beyond internship. The traditional internship is it's the summer, you now have extra time, you want to make some extra pocket money, you go to a company, maybe they make you photocopy, make coffee, you learn a few things, right? Here we're talking about structured curriculum, meaning that the company signs up and says, okay, we are now looking at a work study program in, let's say, e-commerce, electronic commerce, right? So at the institution, the individual will learn the knowledge and the concepts around e-commerce. but come to the company and start implementing e-commerce systems or start operating parts of the e-commerce operations. And so that's a very structured learning that fits in with the curriculum of the e-commerce work study program. So that's what I mean, a much more structured approach towards internship and company attachments.
Right, thank you so much, Dr. Feng. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for Dr. Feng? I hope you could hear our applause. I can hear them. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Hope you join us soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for the morning session. Please come back at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. 我们下午呢1点钟准时开始。我们线上的观众朋友，我们下午1点钟准时开始。如果您才刚刚加入的话，赶快做线上扫描、线上的报道 ，scan the QR code。因为 scan QR code 之后呢，你不只是完成了线上报道的动作，你还完成了参加 Lucky Draw 的动作。好的，我们下午1点钟见。谢谢各位，谢谢 ，Thank you so much。好，各位现场的贵宾长官，我们午餐会送到您的桌上。午餐会送到您的桌上。我们现在已经没有直播了，谢谢。午餐会送到您的桌上，同步的口译耳机也放在桌上就好了，谢谢。我们下午1点钟准时开始 ，Andy 会在前5分钟、3分钟提醒大家说，还有5分钟、3分钟要直播了，谢谢大家，谢谢。Enjoy your lunch.
Yeah. You can see me? And you can hear me? One, two, three, four, five. Hello? Hello? Yes? Oh, I can hear you on the phone here. Just let me turn this phone off for a tick and then you talk online.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are 3 minutes away from our afternoon session. 各位现场的长官、贵宾、各位线上的观众朋友，我们预计3分钟之后开始我们下午的议程。This is 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. We start in 3 minutes for afternoon session. 也提醒您，现场的观众朋友，如果您现在才加入我们的活动的话，赶快扫描荧幕上的 QR code。这就是线上报名的动作。同时呢，扫描完成之后呢，也就是参加了我们今天下午的摸彩 Lucky Draw。Day 1下午有摸彩 ，Day 2下午也有摸彩。之后马上开始我们下午的议程。Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back to our 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. We start with our afternoon session. Now, before we begin, just a recap of our afternoon session. Well, recap of the morning. In the morning, we talked about vocational education and training, imperative and challenges in the post-pandemic era. Now, this afternoon, right now, we're going to be talking about several issues. For the thematic speech, we'll be talking about the issues of new skills for a new world, and also the topic of the innovation and transformation of vocational education and training for the changing future. Now, that's the thematic speech. And then afterwards, we're going to have a panel discussion, right? The panel discussion covers the issues of the challenges, innovation, and transformation for vocational education and training in the future. Okay, first things first, thematic speech. The speech is on the issue of new skills for a new world. Now, I would like to take some time to introduce our speaker. Our speaker for this issue, he has had his majority of his career before his position as the CEO of TAFE Directors in Australia. Before this position, he was working for the government. He worked in the Victorian government in 2015 and 2016 with responsibilities for the operation of vocational education, and TAFE is a very important organization, right? Now, TAFE Directors Australia is a very important organization. Now, And then afterwards, this year, in the year 2021, he became the CEO of Victorian Skills Authorities. Now, this organization is tasked by the Victorian government to plan for post-school education and to help train to boost the economy to recover from the pandemic era and to build up industry skills responses and support more Victorians into mainstream participation in work, in further education, and in enterprises. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the CEO of Victorian Skills Authorities, VSA from Australia, Mr. Craig Robertson. Mr. Robertson, our applause, can you hear us? Glad to see you joining us. Could you speak louder or could you turn on the mic of your notebook, please?
I will speak louder. Does that work better?
We read you loud and clear. All yours, Craig. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
It's a delight to be engaging with you again and across Taiwan in this important area of skills and skills development for the future. In my role with TAFE Directors Australia, I enjoyed very close collaboration with the Workforce Development Agency, and I was delighted to be able to visit Taiwan on several occasions. So it's a complete delight for me to be able to give you this presentation today in my new role as the Chief Executive Officer of the Victorian Skills Authority. As the host indicated, the Skills Authority is literally only about 2 months old. It was formed in August, and its major focus is to look at skills for the future, but also skills that are needed to ensure that our industries recover from the COVID pandemic impact, as well, of course, making sure that those citizens of Victoria that have been impacted primarily by lockdowns and the like have the opportunity to get back into a fulfilling career through fulfilling vocational education and training. And so that's the role that I am playing now. Just to help you out, Victoria and its capital city is Melbourne, is one of the 8 states and territories of Australia in the southeast corner of Australia, which is a big land mass. Many of you, I'm sure, are aware of it. And it represents about 1/3 of the Australian population. So it's about 8 to 9 million people. So let's go through what I'm intending to talk through today. So next slide. Thank you. So my presentation is titled, sorry, my camera's just turned off. Oh, there we go, that's back on. My presentation is titled New Skills for a New World. And the reason I've called it that is because of the impact both of COVID, but also technology is going to need us to have a new set of skills for the future. Within this slide, this is a often quoted verse from a song that originates from Scotland. And the first line there says, "You'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland before you." I wanted to highlight that line, "You'll take the high road and I'll take the low road." Often vocational education and training, certainly in our country, but it is characteristic across most countries, has been regarded as of lesser standing than universities and higher education. And so sometimes students are not attracted to that sector, or they see it as the second option for them. Also at the same time, sometimes vocational education and training can be seen as where some people come in to provide that education and training, and they are motivated by profit more than looking after the interests of the students. So unfortunately, sometimes VET can be characterised as the low road. What I'm wanting to be able to present in this session with you today, that in fact it's time for VET to be considered as the high road as we think about the impact of technology. Next slide, please. But I wanted to start by looking at the impact of COVID. And this is showing really what has been the impact assessed by the International Labour Organization on jobs around the world. And what it is showing is there's been about equivalent of 255 million full-time equivalent jobs that have been lost during 2020. Now that comprises 30 million jobs that would have grown in a normal year. Employment loss, that was for 114 million people around the world have lost their job during 2020, or those who have had reduced working hours, and they've calculated there that's equivalent to 131 million full-time equivalent jobs. Now, what's resulted out of that is that 81 million people have decided to leave the workforce. In other words, they've decided to stop looking for work. And 33 million have been added to the unemployment queues around the world. So that's a significant shock that has been felt. If we go to the next slide, we'll see that that loss has been felt disproportionately. Next. And what this graph is showing that in fact, it has been women, but mainly young people who have been impacted the most. And in our country, that makes sense because many of our hospitality, restaurants, and entertainment areas had to close during lockdowns. And mainly it is young people, often those young people transitioning from work or school, transitioning from university or from school, who take up those jobs. And so that has had a major impact on young people and to a lesser extent on females. And often what happens when we think about this is this issue of scarring. Often when employers look for workers, they look for people who've had experience. Well, if they've lost a year or 18 months of experience, that may well count against them when they're looking for a job for the future. So we do know that it is going to have an impact around the globe. And we also know that it's going to be different in different contexts around the globe as well, depending on how each country has dealt with the coronavirus. Next slide, please. This graph here is simply a conceptual presentation to you, and it's what I call the opportunity loss. Even before COVID, we knew that there was problems around the world, particularly in advanced economies, where on an economic lens, in that first set of columns there, we know there have been high-wage jobs and high profit-taking firms, potentially at the expense of low-wage jobs and insecure work. It's what I call the opportunity divide. And it's been a phenomena that most Western countries have been trying to address for the last 4 or 5 years. And it is a concern about growing inequality in societies. And we know that is an issue here in Australia. But parallel with that is also the sense of the educational or the learning divide. We know that there are some people who are equipped with learning abilities, or learning capital is how I describe that there. In other words, in their educational experience, they've learnt how to learn. And so they can adapt over the period of time. Unfortunately, sometimes in our vocational systems around the globe, we can focus too much on prescribed competency, which is about doing the job of today. And we tend to forget about the skills that are needed to be able to adapt over a lifetime. And this is what I'm wanting to be able to show in some of my following slides. The graph on the right there again is a conceptual presentation. We know with the global financial crisis, it took about, represented by that red line on that graph, it took about 5 to 10 years for employment to return to the rate it was before we entered into the global financial crisis. COVID has been slightly different because the economies are rebounding as soon as lockdowns finish. But what we don't know is how many people will be scarred by that event, as well I spoke about earlier. And then we also have in there this labour versus capital ratio. And what we do know is companies and firms are investing in capital less than they are investing and employing people. And so what we're seeing is this growth of technology replacing some jobs in very broad terms. And I'm going to take you through some of those now. So if we go to the next slide. Next slide, please. You can see here that this is the march of what we call Industry 4.0. We are at a point of transition in our economy, similar to the point when we started the Industrial Revolution, in other words, Industry 1.0, or Industry 3.0 when we had computing and that changed the nature of work. Industry 4.0 is characterised by digitisation and automation and artificial intelligence. And on the next slide, please, it shows you some of those elements that I'm sure that you have all heard. Robotics, the Internet of Things, blockchain, big data, artificial intelligence. Now, on their own, they are probably having various impacts in some sectors. In other words, they're not having a major impact right across the economy. But I think what we could expect to see going forward is those things like robotics, blockchain, big data, artificial intelligence will start to work in unison, and they will start accelerating the rate of technology change that will impact on jobs. Next slide, please. This graph here is from a research conducted in Australia back in 2019. And it looked at all the jobs across the Australian labour market and looked at the nature of activity of those jobs. And what this graph shows on the right is, on the grey bars anyway, that the physical work is declining, whether that's unpredictable physical or predictable physical. A lot of manual labour, a lot of craft labour is being overtaken and facilitated by technology. And what's happening, of course, is that we need to be able to grow skills in information synthesis and information analysis. So more and more workers are going to need those digital skills in order to be ready and capable for the changing nature of work. And we also know that where there is more technology involved, we need more human skills to engage with that technology and apply that technology in production systems, service processes, and the like. Next slide, please. But what we need to bear in mind is that innovation and automation isn't bad news, however. And this graph here is drawn from analysis that was conducted by under the Asia Development Bank in respect of the logistics industry within Vietnam. And what was trying to show is what would be the impact of automation in particular across logistics, whether that's in warehousing or in logistics supply across supply chains. And what it shows in that red graph there, automation in this instance would have an impact of the loss of 26 unit jobs. But the resulting efficiency that comes from automation and better productivity frees up that labour to go into other areas of the economy. And because distribution costs reduce, consumption costs across other parts of the economy rise. In other words, the efficiency achieved in the logistics industry, the efficiency in those costs, reduce costs and end up giving most Vietnamese higher spending power. And what are they going to do? They're going to spend that money in other parts of the economy. And so all up, there is a net gain of 12 job units as a result of that. If we go to the next slide, however, it does show the important transition points that are critical, and this is where vocational education and training has to play an important role. Again, what this graph shows is within the logistics industry, there are jobs with basic skills, intermediate skills, or advanced skills. What the green shading shows, and which I've circled, are where there is a major change or high demand for those skills as a result of technology. And so you can see there for the basic worker, the biggest growth is in computer literacy and digital ICT skills. And that makes sense because the worker is going to engage more with technology in doing their job. The intermediate worker, the main growth in the skills that they need are in critical thinking and adaptive learning and written and verbal communication, because they are going to have to be problem solving through that process of working with technology and the like. And for the advanced worker, the leaders of a firm, the business owner, and the like, they have to have more social skills around evaluation, judgment, and decision making, because they now take on a bigger role about how do they immerse technology into their business process and how do they bring about that change and the like. So right across the board, there is a change in expectation of skills. The interesting thing here for the Vietnam case is when we think about the Internet of Things, global communications and the like, some of that technology may be able to be run out of another country. So it's important that countries make sure that they upgrade the skills of their workers so they retain those skills in their country rather than some of it being exported to other countries. Particularly as you could think about a warehouse, could be in Vietnam, could be run out of Australia, it could be run out of Taiwan. For example, in Perth in Western Australia, the capital of Western Australia, well, I have been to their operational site where they run iron ore mine sites both in South America and in the north of Western Australia, some thousands of kilometres away. So it has been done in mining and it can be done in other areas as well. So it does lead us to the sense that we will have global competition for skills. If we go to the next slide. The other thing that is going on is the nature of industry is changing in and of itself. We often think of industry as large, organised, traditional industries, building and construction, technology, health, and the like. What we're seeing, though, that technology forces some of those sectors to come together. And so sometimes industry can be represented by cross-industry collaboration, where the technology forces some of those things to come together. The classic is technology now being embedded in the health industry is one example of those. But also industry is organising itself in organic ways. And here in Australia, we often have, because we have such a large regional area, large country towns and regions, they often organise themselves as industry. And then, of course, we also see industry as an individual endeavour. Many of us become sole traders or sole workers. And what we do is industry. It's just a small component of that industry. So it's very hard to think through now what is industry when we traditionally think about vocational education and training as serving the needs of industry. Industry is quite diverse now, so how do we deal with that? The other interesting trend that has played out, of course, and I'm sure that's the case for you in Taipei in particular, has been that many of us have had to work from home. And that work has continued on. Now, what we have seen, of course, is that has been for a certain type of worker and a certain type of industry. And again, this has been where COVID has had a disproportionate impact across some industries. We know traditionally it has been white-collar industries that have managed to keep on trading and operating during COVID lockdowns. But what this might do is be a trigger for everybody to think through how they organise work in their particular firm and across industries. So it's interesting to reflect that some 300 years ago, a lot of industry was conducted in the home, what we understood as crafts, the baker, the candlestick maker and the like. Then we had the Industrial Revolution where big machinery came to play, for example, in the cotton processing mills in the centre of England. And labour had to come to those big machines. And so we've had that mentality ever since in our business processes. That's why we've ended up with central business districts, because we brought everybody into work. But what we are all seeing within countries now is that cost of transporting workers into work and back home has created congestion, has created high costs in the city, and has sometimes left some people marooned on the edge of cities. And what we've now found, because of technology and information communication technology makes this a lot easier to communicate, there might be some firms that say, I'm now going to think about blended work modes where people can continue to work from home. And we don't quite know how much that's going to change how we work. But what we can be sure about is, whilst we might have been in a structured workplace and we would be supervised, there'd be tasks allocated, you could work as teams and all that sort of thing, that may well change and will become more of an individual learner. And that's where I want to go to next. If I go on to the next slide. This is analysis conducted in Australia earlier this year. And really it's Australian industry looking at what are their top 5 skills. And you can see there, before they get to skill number 5, which is industry and occupational skills, often what we deem competency, are skills like adaptability, collaboration, analytical skills, and digital skills. It lines up with some of those graphs that I've shown earlier on. And so it's the priority teaching and learning aimed towards those first 4 skill areas. Let's have a look at the next slide. Because indeed, this is an issue that's playing out in Scotland just as much as it's playing out in Australia, and I'm sure just as much as it is playing out in Taiwan. And this is what they call Skills 4.0. And it's a very simple summary of what we expect to happen. many jobs or activities within jobs can and will be done by machines. Technical skills and knowledge will be of lower importance as machines can carry out those tasks, and artificial intelligence allows for knowledge to be shared globally. Humans will need to learn to work alongside these machines, and machines will be able to carry out more and more routine tasks, and that leaves the work of the human is around using creativity and solving complex problems and the like. And that's reflected in the next slide. Thank you. Well, let me just introduce this slide very quickly. We have, across the vocational education and training world, been very used to saying we can divide jobs into skills, competencies, and then we train around those competencies. We've decomposed everything. I don't know where any of you have seen this particular movie called Mr. Holland's Opus, but it was about a teacher who, over his working life, composed a symphony, and then on his last day at school, his students played it for him, some of his ex-students. I think what we need to think through in the skills world, in vocational education and training, is a new symphony for how we develop skills. Go on to the next slide, and I'm going to skip through that slide, please. We'll go on to the next one. The next slide, please. Thank you. This is how Scotland, looking at its future skills, has focused or categorised what these skills are. The first thing to note is it says digital intelligence are really skills for the near future. What do we mean by digital intelligence? It's really about understanding how systems work and how they are applied in workplaces and the like. It's not about learning how to use a particular program, computer program, and the like. It's more about understanding how systems and digitisation works and what are the underpinning principles. Then in terms of the skills required for the future, they're talking there about self-management, social intelligence, and innovation. These are the new skills that people are going to be able to need to bring to their workplace. If we go to the next slide, I am reaching the conclusion of my presentation. This helps us make a start by looking at this particular chart here. And this was work, again, conducted by the International Labour Organization, called a global framework on core skills for life and work in the 21st century. So remember, I've said in the past in vocational education and training, we've often learnt how to do things by rote, or it's certainly appeared to be that way out of the competency movement. But we know that's going to change at such a rate. We might need to bring new capabilities into somebody who learns through vocational education and training. And there are these two skills that I really want to highlight here, social and emotional skills. In an age where anxiety and well-being are major issues for many people, we need to be able to make sure as a starting point they are well-rounded in terms of their emotional well-being, because it's that emotional well-being which creates the platform for learning and learning new things. But I really want to highlight the second row there, cognitive and metacognitive skills. We can roll that off the tongue, it's quite easy for us to do it. But what's that really meaning is the ability to process new information, understand, remember, and use it. But the important thing is with cognitive skills, individuals can better manage analysing new information and apply it to other contexts. So this represents a flip that we need to be able to think through when we talk about vocational education. that we need to have a stronger underpinning around deliberately intervening and helping people develop their cognitive and metacognitive skills. And that doesn't quite line up with how many countries interpret competency when they apply it to their vocational education and training system, because often it is teaching process. Unfortunately, you can teach a process, but technology will change it the next year. So what does that person do? But if the person understands the underpinning logic of that process, they can adapt and they can also be productive workers as the technology changes through that work role. How do we present that together in an interesting way educationally? And I'll finish on this last graph here. What we are really saying in vocational education and training is that we are looking at a combination of what we call skills and practice and knowledge. And you can see there the vertical axis is from basic skills to expert practice. And on the right, there is simple concepts through to complex knowledge. And what we need to aim for in vocational education and training that serves so many people around the world is this unique combination of practice, skill, with good underpinning knowledge. And that's what makes people adaptive workers. Some countries are going to have quite a challenge in shifting their vocational education systems from a competency-based framework to this more human approach to building up the capability of workers. And if we just finish with the last slide, it's my hope, we can go to the next slide, please. It's my hope across the world that we will look at taking the high road to new skills. And I'll finish there and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Craig. Thank you. Craig, would you mind if we go back to the graph again? Because when you were talking about the graph wasn't shown yet. Could you go back to the graph and tell us about the XY axis? I hope that's relevant to our questions.
Running the slides, if
Yes.
I could put that up.
Yep, please.
That's if I can bring the PowerPoint back up.
Okay. Would you mind?
Maybe I'll just quickly explain it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. The XY axis about the graph.
Yes. So the good worker, the adaptable worker, is a person who is good at technical skills, the expert in practice, but also someone with the knowledge of that industry or the underpinning scientific knowledge that gives rise to that practice.
Right.
And what we're really wanting to do is to make sure that we have that person who is skilled, but also knowledgeable, because it's that ability to apply that knowledge as the technology applies that they can keep their skills current.
That's the x-axis. That's the x-axis on the graph.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Craig. Moving on to the questions, I have a list of them. Should I start with the first question, Craig?
Yes. Yep.
Right. Okay. Now, the first question is, what are Australia's observations and key development projects for the new skills needed in the new world? That is a big question.
Yes. So there was a large piece of research done that was released early this year that we need digital capability across existing industries, in other words, existing workers. So we have a lot of people who have possibly grown up without technology, and we need to be able to have that as a major area of improvement. But here are some other really small case studies. In Australia, we are becoming a centre for hydrogen energy. And so what are the new skills that are required for hydrogen energy? Sometimes it's the translation from some existing industries, but also it needs new skills. So that's one example. We also have more electric vehicles, and that's a different skill set than being a standard mechanic.
Yes, indeed.
So you need those sorts of skills that need to be able to come through. And what we have seen demonstrated even within the vocational education and training sector is during lockdown, teachers and students had to engage digitally. And so many people have learnt to apply a whole pile of different applications and the like to keep their business going. So lots of businesses, even education businesses, are saying, well, if I've done that during the lockdown, why can't I continue doing that? So it'll be those sorts of things that change across Australia.
So do you see the pandemic as a factor that speeds up or pushes us for transition?
Yes, we do expect to see, and we have seen, that the COVID and the lockdown will be an accelerator. As many firms that previously would have said, I don't think I could do that, the lockdown has forced them to do it, and they may well then make decisions they'll continue to invest in digitisation.
Right. Craig, moving on to question number 2. This question has been posed to me in Mandarin. I'll try to translate it the best I can. It says, how is the technology affecting the market? Oh, I think we just covered that. And how is the vocational training in Australia changing itself to cope with the changes in technology? And how do you incorporate the digital changes, the core concepts of digital changes into your vocational training? That's basically saying the same question in different ways.
Yeah, so I can answer that and say that vocational education and training in Australia, because it is highly directed by Australian industry, is at risk of being captured by industry where it is at the moment. In other words, old industry. Like, it doesn't take too much to reflect upon that there was an opportunity for Kodak to adapt to digitalisation, but they made some decisions not to. And so not many of you would even know what Kodak is.
Craig, at my age, I know Kodak.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, your age, you know Kodak. But for those people who are very young, they may not know.
Across many parts of our industry. And what we've got to be able to think through is, what do we do to keep some old industries going, if indeed that's what needs to happen? But how do we get ready for what digitisation is going to bring? So I would not be saying that Australia is really at the forefront. But in fact, one of my roles now with the Victorian Skills Authority is to try to bring that change about, at least for the state of Victoria.
Right. You're doing your best for the Victorian government, and hopefully other governments could learn from you, okay? Seeing what a wonderful example you're doing for the Victorian government. Now, okay, I think we should move on to question number 3. I have 5 questions. So our guests, please pose more questions and give it to Aster. Aster will give it to me. Okay, great. Question number 3, here it goes. Does Australia cooperate and connect with each other through schools, employers, and industries? I'm sure your answer is yes, but let me pose one more. How? How do you cooperate and how do you connect? Now, what is the mechanism for cooperation? That's going into the details. That's it.
Okay.
That's question 3.
So, yep. Do you want me to answer now?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, okay. In Australia, similar to many vocational systems around the world, it's what we call a tripartite system, where the provider, but primarily industry and government, work together to, I guess, develop curriculum that aligns with the needs of industry and aligns with where the needs of particular occupations. And in Australia, which is the 6th largest landmass in the world, with 8 separate states and territories that each constitutionally have responsibility for their own education and training systems. Many years ago, they agreed to work together. And so there are things that we call national industry bodies that specify what those qualifications are that are needed by industry. And so for Australia, we have around 1,800 vocational qualifications that are often split by industry sector.
Okay. Craig, I have only 2 minutes left for you.
Yep.
So I'm going to pose the last question. Australia has been very successful in exporting education. I'm sure you will agree. In fact, I went to Curtin University in Perth, in Western Australia. Now, during the pandemic, have you made any adjustments to continue communicating with the international community as far as exporting education is concerned? Craig.
Very good. Now, I'm now going to show my age. I went to Curtin University as well.
Oh my God.
Except at that point, it was called the West Australian Institute of Technology before
Yes, it was.
Curtin University. And I then also need to confess that they kicked me out because I did too much social things rather than study. So there you go.
You were too active. You were too active. Oh my God.
During the lockdown, when Australia closed its borders, we did not have the flow of international students. So Australia stands as the 3rd or 4th most popular destination for international students, including quite a number from Taiwan. Some of those students were marooned in Australia and had to continue on surviving and living here, particularly without jobs. And there were no new students coming in. So there was some online learning for students who were in their home country.
Right.
But that has been sort of successful. But really what's going to happen is the government here is announcing opening up of its borders, and international students will start to be able to fly into Australia from November. So we expect for the students to return. But what we do know is that many have chosen, instead of going to Australia, have already chosen to go to the US, Canada, or the UK. So it'll take a while for Australia and for international students to return.
Right. Okay. Well, one key point I got from your answer is that we went to the exact same university.
Correct.
Okay.
Very good.
Very good. Okay. Good on you, mate.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Craig. That wraps up our speech and presentation and sharing of Q&A from Mr. Craig Robertson. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to move on to our thematic speech part 2. The theme is the innovation and transformation of vocational education and training for the changing future. Now, our speaker for this topic is a very beautiful lady. She is currently working as a manager at VDAB, the Flemish Employment Service in Flanders, Belgium. She manages several teams that organize mediation and training of job seekers and runs a team that focuses on enhancing the 21st century digital skills with job seekers. Now, this beautiful lady, she has an expertise in online learning, employment services, upskilling employees, and digital skills. So without further ado, let me bring this beautiful lady online. She's Manager of Business Support, Retail and ICT at VDAB from Belgium. Please welcome Madame Anne van Newton. Anne, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you very much for the introduction.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm honored to talk to you today about innovation and transformation in vocational education and training for the changing future. I think Greg just told us a lot about skills and adapting for the changing nature of work. And I would like to focus on how we in Flanders, in Belgium, try to adapt our vocational training to this changing future and to the skills that are demanded by industry and that are ever changing. I work as a manager for the Flemish Employment Service. We mediate job seekers and we organize vocational training. We do that in our own training centers, but we also work together with industry sector organizations to determine programs and to organize learning in workplaces to make sure that all the trainings are adapted to the needs of the employers and the vacancies they have. Okay, let me just start with the first slide, in which you can see that at VDAB, already before COVID, we implemented a contact strategy to contact with job seekers that we are mediating. This contact strategy is organized in 3 levels. You have a digital first strategy, which means we organize our services digital in a way that clients or job seekers can access them 24/7. Then we have a human digital layer in which we try to organize our mediation in a human digital way with contact centers and Google Meets and that type of contacting strategy. And then we have a face-to-face service to offer to job seekers who need it and who need a personal guidance throughout their search for a job. It might be interesting for you to have a look at the different industries we've divided our services in. So this means that mediators and trainers are linked to one of those industries so that we are sure that they have the right set of skills and they know all about the sector, the vacancies they have, the competencies that are asked in that sector. So we have industry, woodwork and construction, transport and logistics, healthcare and education, business support, retail and IT, that's the one I'm in, personal business oriented services, and then intensive services. This is a special division for people who have a bigger distance to overcome before being ready to start a job on the labor market. Okay, that first slide just to show you how we organize our contact strategy in the mediation of job seekers. It is important to tell you about this organization because, in fact, at the past couple of years, we've been trying to integrate that contact strategy in the domain of training job seekers as well. We can go to the next slide, please. This means that we organize digital first. Yeah, we have a lot of online courses that job seekers and Belgian civilians or Flemish civilians can follow online whenever they want with online coaching from our coaches. We work with digital workshops and webinars in the human digital layer, and then we also have, of course, have face-to-face training. For example, a certain infrastructure, you need to learn how to use it on a job, manual skills you need to learn, but also 21st century skills, more personal skills, so that you can observe your students, see how they go about in the procedures, whether they have the right soft skills that are needed in the vacancies they are trying to fill. Okay. Next slide, please. Of course, changing this digital learning aspect in our vocational training is quite challenging, has been quite challenging, because you have to want to change, you have to know how to and have the tools to do this, and you have to be able to do it. First one is the mindset. Yeah. We found that a lot of trainers find it difficult to take upon that step of also integrating digital learning in their approach to their students, to their trainees. That is because they are used to having them around in their classroom all the time, teaching them everything they know. And they sometimes are afraid of not being able to bond with their trainees when they have to organize their courses in a more digital way. It's always a hybrid situation in which we combine the different didactics so that it is the training of a job seeker is adapted to the needs of that job seeker and the needs of the employer with a vacancy they are trying to fill. So mindset, very important. Second one is the tool set. You have to know how to go about it. You have to be able to do it. You need the right tools or software to coach your students online, a chat function, a way to set up digital meets with your students so that you can talk to them. And it's a combination of those three phases that we had to go through. We have to make sure that our trainers want to, know how to, and are able to have the right skill set to start working in that more digital way. Now, maybe I can tell you about the pre-COVID period in the next slide. As to mindset, we saw that the main approach in our vocational training was face-to-face, integrating theory, practice, knowledge, and skills. And we were facing quite some difficulty in some sectors to introduce digital learning. Of course, in others, this was very easy because of the nature of the job and the training courses. It also meant that trainers had to change and take up a different role. And there were a lot of differences depending on the training, as I just told you. Also, we have a culture of freedom for trainers to choose how they teach their trainees. So there's a lot of freedom of the instructor to adapt the courses and to focus on those specific skills needed for that specific student. As to tool set in the next slide, we introduced several tools over the past several years, such as simulators to learn how to drive a truck or a marine vessel. We already introduced online learning, next one please, in 2003 when we started with some online courses. It's in Dutch, so I'm sure you cannot read it, but it's also about topics that are maybe less to be expected, such as auto mechanics or some welding courses. Okay, in 2015 we had digital classrooms we used to organize our trainings and to make sure that students have a way to communicate and we can offer the courses in an easy way. We introduced EdTech, tablets and Chromebooks and that type of hardware in 2016 with digital classrooms and Google for Education with its numerous possibilities in 2017, with digital workshops and VR to learn how to weld, for example. AR and VR were introduced in several training situations. We started using webinar as one of the didactic possibilities. Had a VR process operator to learn our trainees in a real life situation or sort of real life. So most of the time, those different tools were part of a training program, and sometimes we introduced them in an intensive way, which led to a completely different training program adapted to the needs of the industry at that moment. Next slide, please. As to skill set, we already were experimenting and gaining experience with some edtech apps using different channels and webinars to make sure our trainers are well aware of the tools they can use, the skills they need to have, and we try to enhance them in different ways. For example, by sharing good practices with trainers that teach the same courses. Then, of course, next slide, please. We were confronted with COVID and the pandemic, and this was this led to a situation in which a lockdown was introduced really overnight, which meant that face-to-face learning was no longer possible. So we had to go about in a digital way, and this became the main approach wherever possible. We did not have a lot of time, of course, to adapt everything, but it was impressive to see how easily our trainers and trainees changed into a purely digital way of working. Because at that moment, it was no longer a choice to learn how to work in a digital way, or to also use webinars, or to also use digital courses. It was a necessity because the other way was not possible at that moment. Of course, our students needed to be equipped as well. So the next slide, you can see the tool set slide. We started giving Chromebooks to our trainees who were not at access of the right tools. We granted internet accounts, and we introduced several tools to make sure that it was accelerated, really, an introduction of other tools to work in a digital way. Okay. As to skill set, of course, those trainers who were already adapted and already worked with it, there everything went smoothly. The others just jumped in and went for it and started gaining experience with the new way of working, which turned out to work quite well, in fact. We developed additional learning material and coached our trainers in how to coach their trainees in a digital way. And we had some inspirational sessions with experts on that topic as well. For the moment, next slide, please. We can see that in this almost post-COVID period, we can see that both trainers and students are a bit hesitant to return to face-to-face training. On the other hand, we also sense a urge for face-to-face training in some domain. You need to learn certain skills which you cannot in an online course or in a webinar, of course. Now, the Public Employment Service of Flanders, VDAB, has chosen to really continue to work on that hybrid learning. So not only combining offline and online learning as we did already before, but really integrating these different mixes of online and online learning possibilities, but adapted to the trainee and the needs he or she has to learn a certain profession or to be able to start working in a certain industry. Of course, on a toolset level, and that's the next slide, the digital evolution will never stop, and evolutions are going really quickly. So it's also challenging for us to keep up with evolutions and maybe also to make choices, because not everything is as ready as it seems at the moment they are introducing these new didactics. So it's a big challenge to keep making the right choices for our trainees on the one hand, and on the other hand, to keep sure that our trainers are up to date and on board, because sometimes there's a gap. They have to there are some things they need to learn to use the tools to make sure that they have the right skills as well. And we talked about, or Greg told about, the old industry and then the 4.0 industry that is now changing the whole world of work. Of course, to be able to teach your trainees for future skills, you also need trainers that are apt to teach those future skills. So that's very important too. We see that some of the trainers embrace the digital learning, are already moving to hybrid learning, and some of them would just like to stop the digital learning and just return to their learning space with their students in their room. All in all, at the moment, we're in this transition phase between starting to teach face-to-face again and still using the digital way of training at the same time. Now, of course, if you're integrating hybrid learning, there are some things to take into account. And on the next slide, I've added some of those issues. For example, non-native speakers really need additional guidance to learn how to work with those new didactics. It's not as easy to take upon an online course if the language in which you follow it is not your mother tongue. We have to reskill the trainers. Some of them were not as digital literate as we would like it. We have to make sure our trainees learn some soft skills in the field of self-management, being interested to learn more, and etc. We have to take into account that not all trainings are suitable for hybrid learning, and you have to integrate theory and practice. And also make sure that those who adopt everything easily do not go ahead without taking care of their colleagues who might need a little more time to adapt to the different situation. Okay, we try to, on the next slide, then make sure that everyone understands the strategic choices we made. We train them in how to use the digital skills and try to coach them to improve the digital tools and try to coach them to improve their skills. We do so by adding tutorials and tips on intranets to make sure they find their way in this new way of working. Okay, this means that, next slide, please. This means that we are coaching our own personnel to a license to skill digitally, so that they are ready for the future and so that they are also ready to make sure they train their trainees so that they are ready for the future as well. Because all in all, we try to fill vacancies, make sure people have the right skills to start in a job, to start working in a certain industry, and after that, also the lifelong learning and learning in the workplace is important to keep adapting and to keep being able to um, uh, have sustainable work in an ever-changing nature of work. Okay, I think those are the main points I would I wanted to share with you. I hope everything was clear, and I'll be happy to answer some questions if there are any.
Yes, thank you so much, Madame Anne, and we will be happy to pose questions to you. I have, in fact, several questions here. Question number one, does Belgium have a special focus in those areas that urgently need to cultivate digital skills and to develop related digital skills certification system? I see you're taking notes. Right.
Yeah, I hope I understand the question correctly, so I'll try to answer. I think digital skills are important in any industry, and the level of digital literacy you need in a certain job depends on the industry and the type of job that you apply for. But in all, every every employee needs a certain level of digital skills. In training job seekers, we try to integrate the digital skills in each training, which means that you learn the digital skills that you need to work in that type of environment. For example, we have a training for cleaning personnel, which you might think does not require a lot of digital skills. But when you come to think about it, they need to be able to use their phone to take a picture when something is broken to send to the agency and to tell what happened. They need to be able to check their time schedule on their phone. They need to be able to use Google Maps to go to another address where they haven't been before. And those are digital skills that are quite evident for most of the people, but not for everybody. And people who need to fill that kind of jobs need to learn how the technical skills, how to clean and how to do that part of the job well. But we also need to prepare them for the to learn them the digital skills they need in that certain context of that type of job. So it's important to integrate the digital skills needed for that specific job in each training we organize, whether it's for cleaning personnel or for the IT professional who obviously needs totally different digital skills in his job.
Right. Another example that I can think of is that not cleaning people, but people who fix cars. Because if you fix traditional cars, like internal combustion engine cars, that's very traditional, right? But here comes Tesla, here comes Neil, try to fix that car. You need to upgrade your skills for that.
Yeah.
Do you have that situation in your country, Belgium? Electrical cars? That you need to upgrade your...
it's funny you mention it, because one of the biggest car manufacturers is coming to Belgium with
Which is?
a battery factory, or it seems that they are coming. I think it's Volvo. It's a big factory in the city of Ghent in Flanders. They will be needing the next couple of years 3,000 workers in their factory, making batteries, for example, which is an industry that is fresh and new, and which means that we will talk with the company about learning programs so that we can make sure that the students we send them are well trained and have the adapted skills that are needed.
Right, 3,000 all at once to be trained, huh?
Yeah, in different functions,
Right.
functions, of course. Not all technical personnel, but it will be quite challenging. Yes.
Yes, indeed. That's Volvo coming to Belgium. Okay, so they're making batteries.
Yeah, they are already there. They already have a plant, but they are bringing new industry to that plant, which means the personnel has to adopt to those new demands as well.
Yes. And in fact, that tells us something. That tells us that Volvo is going EV as well. Okay, now I have a question here, not from YouTube comments, not from online, but our guests on site right here. It's in Mandarin, but I'll translate it for you. It says that given new training lessons, new training courses, some are conducted in the method of VR or AR. If it's done this way, how could you evaluate their progress, their study progress? And so, with these lessons conducted via AR or VR, would they be more expensive? And if they're conducted by AR or VR, then of course the student, which is done by distance education on the other end of the internet, do they need special equipments like Chromebook, notebook, laptop? Okay. What's the situation of this in Belgium?
Yeah, for the moment, the AR and VR we use it in a training center. So there are simulators or special equipment to learn how to do certain handlings. And it's not that the student does this at home. He comes to the training center to do this and to learn how to do this. And there's a coach from VDAB who watches and then tries to help the student. Yeah, so it's not at home for the moment. So students don't need their own equipment to use it.
Right. That answers part of the question. Now, Anne, listen to me. The question is not to train you in AR and VR. The question is, what if this course is conducted via AR, VR?
Yes, that's what we do.
You do that as well.
Yeah.
All right.
But
okay.
just parts of it, because it's a hybrid learning situation.
Yes,
so
indeed.
some parts of the training they will do with AR and VR so that they can live in the situation as if they were doing the job on a workspace, on a work floor. And it's combined with theoretical courses, for example, or really going on a workplace or work floor to do an internship, etc.
Right. So it's conducted in a hybrid form where you could do it by distance learning, but for part of the course, you have to come in person to VDAB. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on to our next question. Question 2. This is from YouTube comments. For the aging population, the retirement age is further extended now. Same situation here in our region. How can we help the middle age and the senior labor force to adapt to the changes in their environment and learn new skills? I believe part of this question is that because they are aged population, they are not so adapted to the digital side of things, but they have to. So how could you help them? I'm just rephrasing it from another angle. Give us your take.
Yeah. Okay. Well, same situation in Belgium, in fact, with a retirement age of 67 at the moment, which means that starting your career in your 20s, it's sure that ending it in your 60s, you will not need the same skills you learned at school, and you'll have to adopt throughout your whole career. And that's the biggest challenge, I think, nowadays, that these skills that are demanded on a work floor or in a workplace change so quickly that you have to adopt all the time, which makes adaptability one of the main skills people need to have throughout their career. But what I find in aging workforce is that they, if you try to use their strengths, their theoretical knowledge, their knowledge of the industry, of the company, which the younger workers do not have. You come into a situation of tutoring and mentoring, and for certain topics, the older people in the workforce are the tutor, and for others, they are the mentor. And I see that different generations working together and inspiring each other can make sure that older people who are sometimes doubtful to start in those digital ways of working can be convinced to do so, because they quite easily think that they don't know how to. But in fact, it's in a lot of cases, it's a matter of trust and believing in yourself, and knowing that once you've done it a first time, it learns you that you actually can do it, which means that mentoring and tutoring from both groups, and making sure they learn from one another is quite enriching on a workplace.
Right. So what you're saying is that if I'm an older generation, I do not have to lack confidence in learning digital skills. I can do it as well, because these older generation
course.
people, they have life experience, which young people don't have. Young people
Yeah.
may have new ideas, they know digital gadgets better than the older generations, but the older generation has got life experience. So they could help
Indeed.
each other.
Yeah, indeed. And I also think that we need to tell people why we want to use those digital tools, because sometimes we introduce them without really clearly stating why it's important to do so for your client, for example, or for your workplace organization. So the what's in it for me is very important as well.
Right. Sometimes these digital skills aren't that complicated to learn, because of digitization, we have different interfaces. You don't have to really type coding. You could just tell Alexia, what time is it now? Right? And then Alexia will tell you what time is it now. Right. Okay. Just an example. Right. So let's move on to the next question. Are there differences in training for different groups of people? For example, those with old age is coming into focus again, those with lower income, those with lower education. How do your organization, VDAB, help them to increase their digital skills? Differences in groups, okay? Low income groups, old age groups, low education groups, for instance, just for instance.
Now, in the mediation process, we start by having a look at the job aspiration that the job seeker has. And to do so, we try to evaluate their situation as is, but also their potential and their skills they have to fill out vacancies in the future. If certain skills lack, we try to educate them and put them in a training program, but we do not make different training programs depending on a certain group you belong to or not. We try to make groups and to make sure we have different people in groups, kind of at the same level, of course, so that the content of the training is okay for everybody, but we do not organize specific trainings for specific target groups. Only for those people who do not speak Dutch that well, we can organize pre-trainings to learn the language, so that they are able to follow afterwards in a regular training just as anybody else. Of course, belonging to a certain target group makes that you have special needs throughout the training, and those we address in person individually. But we do not put a group of older people or a group of low educated people together. We try to mix groups.
Right. You categorize them according to their backgrounds. Can I say that?
The background, the potential, and the type of training they need, their
Right.
learning style as well, because some people learn better in a digital way. If the course is able, if you can follow the course in a digital way, it might be suitable for one student, but not for every student. So we try to adopt the program to the client and to the needs he or she has.
Extending this question a bit, I see another group. What about the group of immigrants from other countries, say, for example, from Africa, from Asia, who don't speak Dutch? You train them in the language of Dutch first, or could I just use English and find a job in Belgium, in Dutch? In your country.
Knowledge of the Dutch language is very important in a workplace in Belgium. So sometimes we organize just Dutch courses, but specific for a type of profession. For example, a course that prepares you for the Dutch you need in an industrial environment. They take a pre-course to learn that Dutch. Then they go to the technical course to learn, for example, car mechanics.
Right.
And they are in that course with Dutch-speaking students, which is not always easy for those people who do not have Dutch as a mother tongue.
Right.
But we add a language coach to the training who helps the non-native speaker in his course. So we integrate as much as we can. And we add language coaching to the depending on the needs of that trainee. And then afterwards, when we send them to a company to do an internship there as well, we send someone from VDAB who is a language coach who can help the new employee, but who can also help the colleagues of that non-native speaker to learn how to address and how to talk in a way that is easily understandable for that new colleague.
So VDAB is indeed providing a very important service. Yes. That wraps up your answer for this question. I have another question that is a big picture question, an overall question. How do you formulate standards for digital skills to meet the demands of the labor market? This is a big question. How do you formulate the standards for digital skills to meet the different demands? I'm repeating. Yeah. Go ahead.
It's a big question indeed. I think to be able to talk about digital skills in a transparent and uniform way, we need a uniform language to talk about them. And the European Union has a DIGCOM framework, a framework of digital skills that are organized in different levels, from basic digital skills through professional digital skills. And using that standard makes it easier to talk about digital skills in a understandable and transparent way, one organization to another, and makes it easier to even share the level of digital literacy of a client with another organization, for example. So there's a European framework we are using, and on a higher level, which makes it easier to talk about digital skills and the level people have.
Right. I've got 4 minutes left, so I'm going to pose the final question. We could take our time for 4 minutes answering this question. Now, this is a good question, I think. How do you train your trainer to train the digital skills to people? Training for the trainer.
Yeah, training for the trainer is very important on the 3 levels I talked about in my talk. On the mindset, on the skill set, and on the tool set. Because in mindset, as I told you, people are sometimes not eager to start. Our trainers are not always eager to start the digital way because they find it difficult to bond with their trainees, and we have to learn them that it's possible to bond in an authentic way with your trainees also on a digital level. We train them how to use the VR and AR tools we have, for example, send them on courses in industries so that they learn on a work floor how in a certain industry it is used. We send them on internships in companies, for example, so to make sure that the skills they have stay up to date. If they visit a company where new ways of working in a digital way, for example, are introduced, we try to motivate them to visit the company, to talk to the employees, etc., so that they learn. There are also a lot of our trainers are ahead of things or really quickly to adopt, and we try them to inspire their other colleagues to take them with them. And we have our own training organization in-house that organizes a free offer of several courses so that they can follow if they want to. For example, digital didactics, which is completely different from teaching a course in a classroom, of course. And we offer them a wide range of courses they can follow.
Okay. Take that question one little bit further. What traits do you see as a good trainer? What traits makes a good trainer? This is my question.
I think a good trainer is someone who is able to adapt its course to the trainee that is with him, who looks at, of course, I'm talking about a vocational training setting,
Yes,
so
yes.
who looks at the industry, who is not afraid to talk to employers, who goes to workplaces and knows what skills to train his or her trainees. I think that's one of the key traits which make a trainer a good one.
Can I sum up that to say you need good communication skills?
Certainly.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. Right. Madame Anne van Nutin, thank you very much for this wonderful sharing and taking your time to answer not my questions only, but everyone's questions online and on site. Our applause to Madame Anne van Nutin. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Hope to see you soon. Okay, thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 同时呢，我们在线上观
At the
众
same
的
time,
部分呢，要跟大家报
regarding
告一
the
下，
online
这位讲者
participant,
呢
I
，Anne
would like
van
to
Nutin，他的
let you
简
know
报呢，
that the
我们在
speakers
这
ends
个简报里头稍微有遗漏，所以呢，没关系，
presentation file
我们
is
会提
lost
供这个连接给
on
您，
our
让您可以
website,
download 下
but
来。
don't worry,
OK，
we will
好，
provide
这
the link
是
so you
我
can
们大会
download
拍摄
and
跟大家报告一下。 好的
presentation material.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we take a short break for about 20 minutes, roundabouts, and then we'll come back very shortly with our very, very anticipated 精彩的 panel discussion. So, Andy 先预告一下哈，来，我们稍作休息了20分钟的茶叙时
I
间之
would
后，就
let
是我们的 panel
just,
discussion。我们要
let
谈
you
论的
know
是
that we
未
will
来
have
的
a short
职
break
训
and
挑
then
战
we will、come to
创
have
新还有
the
转
panel
型。我
discussion
们非常
regarding
期
the
待我们的
challenge
主持
and
人，也就是我
innovation
们
and
国立
transformation
台湾大学
for
国家
vocational
发展研
education
究
and
所
the
的
training in the
金
future.
敏龙
Our
新教
moderator
授
is，
我们稍后
Professor
休息一下，马
Bing
上回来。
Longxin
Panel
from
discussion，
National
等各
Taiwan
位。
University. We will come back after the short break. Thank you very much.
好的，各位现场的长官、嘉宾，我们点心可以因为我们3分钟就要开始了我们的众所期待的综合讨论。我们点心可以带到座位上来慢慢享用，谢谢大家。其实很多人已经在现场享用了，谢谢。提醒我们现场的长官贵宾，我们还有1分半就要回到直播现场，我们的综合讨论。好，各位现场的嘉宾，还有 YouTube 上的观众朋友，我们预计20秒左右之后就会回到现场了。也提醒线上的观众朋友，在我们 panel discussion 完成了之后呢，请先不要急着离线，因为线上的观众朋友还有 lucky draw， 记不记得？赶快扫描 QR code 线上报道参加 lucky draw， 这是在 panel discussion 之后。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. 那么回到了我们的现场呢，接下来就是刚才 Andy 一直在预告的众所期待的综合讨论。So now that we are back, it's time for our panel discussion. The theme is the challenges, the innovation, and transformation for vocational education and training in the future. Now, this is a big topic. So we have a moderator and 3 panelists joining us online to discuss this very important big issue. Now, Andy now would like to take some time to introduce our moderator. Our moderator is Professor Xinbing Long from National Taiwan University, actually from the Graduate Institute of National Development. Welcome, Professor Xin. And back with us is Dr. Michael Fong from Singapore, Skills Future Singapore. Please wave your hand. Yes, thank you. Welcome back. And welcome back from Australia, from VSA, we have CEO Mr. Craig Robertson. You're back. Thank you. And Madame Anne Van Nutin, who's joining us again shortly afterwards, her wonderful presentation from Belgium, from BDAB. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm turning over the floor to our Professor Xin. Professor Xin, please. 掌声，掌声
Okay.
our applause.
谢谢谢谢啊
Thank you.
在线上的3位
The 3 distinguished guests on the line, as well as the participants, good afternoon. So before I start today's panel discussion, the organizer asked me to spend a couple minutes to tell you about the under the COVID-19, the Taiwan's occupational training. So, what are the challenges and the modification here in Taiwan? As the organizer who asked this is because the 2 days conference that we are trying to learn from our other countries' experience. So perhaps in return, we can share the local situation to our distinguished guests. So the international experts can understand the current status here in Taiwan. That is to help us to learn from the experts from overseas. So without further ado, I just quickly go over the occupational training under the COVID-19 and what are the challenges here. Next. So I think under the COVID-19's impact to Taiwan, compared to other countries, COVID-19's impact to Taiwan's is not that significant. However, to the occupational training, there are certain impacts. So therefore, I just divided into two areas. One area is impact during the pandemic, the challenges and the impact during the pandemic. The next is the post-pandemic, and we still expect to have some the challenges post-pandemic. So first of all, during the pandemic, the challenge of Taiwan's vocational training, I would like to share with three experts. Basically, they are very similar. The first is that some vocational training courses cannot handle physical courses because of the social distancing. We cannot organize the face-to-face and the practical, but to use online course instead. So we have to stop the physical courses. The second impact is that the COVID-19 lower the profit of certain business sectors. So make them reduce or decrease willingness and ability to conduct trainings. The third impact is that during the COVID-19, certain business sectors, they want to save the cost or to cope with the pandemic. They try to offer the furlough or the reduce the shift. So so we should think about how to utilize vocational training to assist the laborers who can maintain their income, but also to upgrade their skills so they can adapt to the post-pandemic challenges. The fourth issue is that we particularly care about the young, the freshmen. So after they graduate from the school, they probably have more difficult to find a job, and so we need to know how to utilize the vocational training to assist college graduates to successfully enter the job market. So. So this is during the pandemic, we will encounter those challenges. So after the pandemic, as the three experts just mentioned, described their respective experience. So the digital transformation is accelerating. So as a result, our so-called digital related functions will increase significantly. Next slide. Next slide. So when under such challenges, so you can see here in Taiwan, we have made a certain adjustment for vocational training. The first one is we switch from a practical course to the online course. That is the first the adaptation. The second is that we provide the so-called the recharge and the restart program in Taiwan. So this recharge and restart is focused on those person or workers who has take a break from the shifts or have the furlough, and then also encourage them to take the training, and also encourage the business owner or an employer to organize vocational training. So for those workers, we provide subsidies or incentives to reduce the impact of the lost income, and also upgrade their skills. And also, we launched the youth pre-employment training and learning incentive programs for the students who freshly graduate from the school, to also encourage the business sector to recruit those young graduate. And so when they enter the industry, it is the high priority industries. We also provide the incentives and subsidies. And next is the fourth the measurement is that we introduce a so-called the ICT, information and the communication technology courses. Is that so you will encounter certain digital technologies. So for those general knowledges should be incorporated in the occupational training program. So that's the fourth adjustment. And then the fifth is for related to ICT the functions. We establish a standard modular curriculum, and the syllabus is for modularized. Under the digital transformation, many works will be changed. So you can imagine that in the future, so on the labor market, the laborers, they need to learn certain skills to change their career. So the flexibility is necessary. So under different time frame, all the laborers can select the different the courses. So with that, you should modulize the curriculum. That is something we are doing next.
Next, let me talk about when we face this new era, what challenges are we facing? Number one, still we cannot predict the pace of industries digitization, and also what skills will be needed in the future. When I listen to Dr. Feng's presentation, I know in Singapore you use big data and also a database to do a lot of analysis. That's something we really admire. So now, in the future, I think we will work in this direction, also utilizing big data to conduct more analysis so that we know the future skill set which will be needed by the industry in the future. Another challenge is that in Taiwan, a lot of training institutes are public institutions. That means that these institutions are run by the government, but they are also private training institutes. Then in terms of these training resources, we also need to make some changes. And they also need to be digitalized to meet the needs of the digital transformation, especially for the public training organizations. We need to adjust our resources, the trainers, and also curriculum, courses, and equipment. The third challenge is that in the digital era, there will be different types of employment. Specific to different employment, we need to have the flexibility to design the courses for trainees. That means we need to include the diversity and also personalization concept into the course design. So I believe that these are the three challenges Taiwan is facing in terms of vocational training in the post-pandemic era. So very briefly, I just share with you Taiwan's experiences in this area. So we are going to move to the Q&A. We actually have the 4 questions. I believe we sent the questions to you already. So probably we do not have enough time to talk about these 4 issues. I will select 3 issues and have the discussion to share your view for maybe the 5 minutes on each of the topic. So maybe we will have the Dr. Fong. And followed by Mr. Robertson, and then end to share your views. So the first question is, well, the pandemic has been with us for almost 2 years. The pandemic has upended the world. A lot of challenges for countries over the world. So could you talk about the biggest challenge to labor force in your country, and also the biggest challenge to vocational training in your country? Well, the pandemic is going on for 2 years. Could you talk about the challenges in the earlier stage of the pandemic, and also in the later stage of the pandemic? Maybe Dr. Fong, you can start to share your view. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen. Thank you for the introduction to the responses and the challenges that Taiwan is facing in the COVID pandemic and in the vocational education and training system. First, I must say that many of the challenges that you mentioned are very similar to the challenges that we face in Singapore. And so that's remarkable, even though the context is different, but many of the challenges are the same. So I would share those challenges that we share many of those same challenges that you mentioned. But let me talk about in the Singapore context where we see as some of the priority challenges to address. Some of it I've shared during my presentation, but let me talk about that again. What we've seen is because of the way that COVID hit our economies and our societies, there was very little time we had to react. It wasn't like we knew it was coming and we had 5 years to prepare and build a great system for it. It came suddenly and it was very uncertain. We did not know how long it would take before COVID, it's over. It's not even over yet. We also didn't have a sense of how extensive the impact would be on businesses, on jobs. So from an economic perspective, the only way that we could respond is to keep reacting and keep evolving our strategy. I don't think any economist or any strategist at the start of COVID could tell you exactly what to do to get out of the COVID situation. Even now, you might be aware that Singapore is starting to open up our travel. Even now, we're still testing our strategies, learning, and we go. Right. So I think the biggest challenge I would say for the economy, but also for the workforce, is how quickly are we able to adapt to change? Adapting to change, we talk about this all the time. Within, in the business field, we talk about change within organizations, how to be agile, how to be adaptable. But here we're talking about entire economies, entire workforce, entire systems to be agile and adaptive to change. Now that's really a big challenge. Our traditional systems have been structured in a way for a good reason, and it's worked well for us. But all of a sudden, we now have to rethink policies, rethink approaches. So I would say that in the initial phase of COVID, the need to respond quickly and be able to make many policy adjustments in a very short time, that was the challenge. And I'll say that we managed that challenge quite well on multiple fronts. Clearly, on the health and safety front, there were challenges, right? We had to respond quickly. But then very quickly, it went into economic strategies, education strategies, and how we manage the vocational education system as well. I think at the height of the initial response, I remember we were having weekly policy meetings and changing policies every single week and communicating with the larger the industry, but also the training industry. What are the adjustments that we needed from them? And I think we've issued more than 15 or 20 circulars to the industry for compliance. So that was a real challenge. How do we respond very quickly and adapt?
And I think that the fact that we were able to adapt in the initial phase gave us confidence that we can continue to adapt in the subsequent phase. So now, as we move in the subsequent phase, we're starting to look at what if we had to maintain this level of agility with the system? How do we continue to support our training industry, our workforce, and our companies to continue to make that the changes that are needed going forward? And maybe I'll just pause there and allow my colleagues to share their views as well.
好，谢谢。
Thank you very much, Dr. Fong. Next, maybe Mr. Robertson. You can share with us. Thank you. I think you are muted.
Thank you. I'll follow on from Mr. Wong, but I'll talk about it from the education and training sector perspective primarily. When COVID hit in the early months of 2020 and it became apparent that there were needing to be lockdowns, essentially many of our TAFEs across Australia extended their Easter holiday break, and in a period of that gave them 2 to 3 weeks to then look at converting their courses to be delivered virtually. Across all of the TAFEs at the end of 2020, there was an analysis done of the sorts of courses that were able to be readily converted and those that were not able to be readily converted. The ones that were not able to be readily converted to virtual and had to be put on hold were what we would call our trade qualifications, primarily in building and construction, where really you are coming into a TAFE to do the practical component of your skills development. However, where there was theory elements, they were able to be delivered virtually. So right across the board, while there were some qualifications that had limited ability to convert to virtual, at least all qualifications had some delivery done virtually, including, for example, some interesting innovations. So, for example, in our culinary courses, often the ingredients were shipped out to the student in their kitchen and they all zoomed in and were able to do their practical cooking class together. Equally, in the allied health courses, bandaging packs were sent out to the students and they came online. The biggest lesson across all of the TAFEs is that many of the teachers before COVID would have said, no, I'm not prepared to, or I don't think we can convert to virtual learning. But when they were faced with the challenge, they all rose to the challenge. And the big lesson out of all of it is they realised how accessible tools were for them. For example, Zoom, and there's all these products now that you can use for sharing of teaching and learning. So there was a lot of work done to keep connected with students. Many of our TAFEs surveyed their students who said, yes, one, they appreciated being able to continue their studies, but secondly, their real preference was to come back to campus because their preference on campus was to learn together, friendships, and the like. Our biggest challenge, and we still hold that challenge here, particularly in Victoria at the moment, because we have only just come out of lockdown a week ago. So Melbourne, where I'm based, holds the record for the city that had the longest period of lockdown around the world. We surpassed Buenos Aires just a couple of weeks back. And that's where work placements are a mandatory component of a qualification. We haven't been able to get students into workplaces, which is understandable because the workplaces are either closed or the workplace is very concerned about bringing students through whilst COVID is there. So our biggest challenge going forward is dealing with that backlog of work placements. Thank you.
好，谢谢
Thank you very much, Mr. Robertson. Let me also add that after the sharing of three panelists, we will have the Q&A. So we will open for those participants online to ask any questions they have. So after the response from the three panelists. So next, we would like to have Ms. Newton. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I would like to elaborate on what Dr. Fung said about the ever-changing world and the need to adapt quickly. Because in a fast-changing world, it's important to keep learning on the work floor, and your competencies are outdated very quickly if you do not do so. So in order to realize sustainable employment, it's important to invest in your skills, both technical and soft skills, and you have to be able to adapt to a changing environment. Now, at this moment, the percentage of employees that really invest in their career by following trainings, following courses to learn new skills is quite low. In Flanders or in Belgium, it's 7.4% of employees, which is too low, and I think that's a major challenge. There's a responsibility for each employee to invest in his or her skills to make sure you will be able to adapt to future skills that are demanded on the work floor. But there is also a big challenge to make sure that companies and industries offer opportunities to employees to be able to continue to learn on the job. And this means that they have to invest in a learning environment and time for their employees to learn. Now, learning is something you do in different contexts. We learn by doing or we learn by studying, but also by interacting with, for example, colleagues, which we then refer to as social learning, or by discovering, which you could call informal learning, and for example, listening to a podcast on a topic that relates to your industry. And these combined forms of learning are essential in a work environment to stimulate and to create a learning culture. And I would say that there's a major difference between before and after the pandemic. I would not say that, but of course, there's a major shift in vocational training from learning in a classroom almost all the time to learning online at least part of the time. And the lessons learned in this period will have to be taken in account. But if you want me to share my, the biggest challenge I see is the learning culture, learning environment for employees on a work floor, on a workplace. So it's a different angle than the both speakers before me, but I think it also relates to the adaptability and being able to change quickly. Dr. Fung told us about.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, next, let's go to the second subject. Originally, the second is to ask you to share about, in response to the challenge of the pandemic, please share with us innovative measurements of your country or agency in vocational training. However, this topic has been covered during the presentation, so I will just switch to the third question. That's basically the vocational training system or policies in various countries have respective development context. And when the system reaches to a certain level, and if you want to further innovate or break through, then there must be opposite opinions or resistance when you want to make a transformation or change in the job market. So I would like to ask you to share your experience regarding the key success factors when you promote the transformation of new policy on occupational training. Is it based on your observation or your understanding about the challenge of those the transformation when you switch or change the occupational training courses? There are many successful factors. So could you share certain critical successful factors how you overcome the challenge and the obstacle or opinions. I'd like to ask Dr. Fong to start.
This is an excellent question because we can talk about concepts and ideas, but ultimately, how do you implement change within an established system? And it's a very real question. As I mentioned earlier, our traditional education system has evolved the way it's evolved for a good reason, and it served us well for many years. But as we look at more and more disruptions, it is becoming increasingly clear that we cannot stay with that traditional system because it's not agile enough. It doesn't adjust sufficiently rapidly to quick evolving disruptions like COVID pandemic. So I think we have to first accept that the traditional and the main system is difficult to change, especially if there are already existing ways that the system is being supported, for example, through government subventions. So if you have already provided certain funding in a certain format to your training institutions, to your education institutions, it is extremely difficult to change that structure. So we have to first accept that. Now, then the question is, how do we drive change? And I think, again, we can learn from a corporate example. In corporates that have been successful in driving change, frequently they start the innovation in a separate unit, maybe a small unit with some protection and some funding to try out different ideas, separate from the main business. And if the innovation is successful, then it can be adopted by the larger company. If you try to change the entire company at once, the risk of failure is very high. And if your company is already very successful, the resistance to change is very high again. So bringing this back to vocational education and training, let me give you a specific illustration. In 2017, about 2017 or 2018, before the COVID pandemic, we decided we wanted our public institutions to play a significant role in workforce skills development. As you all know, universities are traditionally not focused on the space of workforce skills development. It's too vocational, it's too downstream. But we decided as public funded institutions, they have the potential to play a major role in workforce skills development. So we had put in place substantial amount of funding. We diverted a substantial amount of funding towards this, and we had worked very closely with our 6 autonomous universities here to build up their continuing education and training offerings. And after a number of years, they have been quite successful. They have about a third of the market share today in Singapore, which I think compared with what it was in the past, this is quite a good achievement. But the way to get there was not easy. These institutions had to ask themselves very difficult questions. How do I set up this unit? My regular faculty may not have the knowledge or skills or incentive to want to teach in workforce skills programs. What about my pricing system, my charging system, my student policies? And they practically had to set up a brand new outfit within the university to be able to successfully embark on this venture. And the units also had to be a lot more linked with industry to sense what the industry needs are and to be able to cater to those needs. So I think to drive change, we have to support innovation, that we protect the innovation within the institutions, within the system, and allow it to grow over time, but to continue to support it over a period of time because it does take time for such change to take place. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, I would like to ask Mr. Robertson to comment on the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I have to concur with what Mr. Fong was saying, that this is indeed an excellent question, and it is very pertinent in Australia at the moment. In the late 1980s, Australia implemented a sort of a system that it was a classic European social partner system where industry played a very strong role in determining the direction of the vocational education and training system, plus its qualification design and, in fact, qualification content. And that has led to what we call an industry-led system. But what we are discovering, which was part of my presentation, is our competency model directed to occupations rapidly becomes out of date for a graduate, because those competencies often relate to jobs or tasks of the past, because in developing the competency it was sort of looking either at current jobs, and by the time that hit education and training it was almost potentially out of date. And so there is a high degree of dissatisfaction in Australia around that current qualifications construct. And there is a bit of work going on to try to look about new qualifications, but it is reaching quite a conflicted view because there are many players who have been used to operating in that model and want to retain that model. And there are others that are saying it doesn't sustain itself on educational grounds, but there is a divide between the two. How do you overcome that? That is a very good question. I'm only 2 months into this role, and before, which is a government role, and before that I spent 2 years essentially in a lobby organisation called TAFE Directors Australia, and in my lobbying I was the one with communications, newsletters, newspaper articles saying that we needed to change and the reason why we needed to change. So in our liberal democratic society such as Australia, it is really about competition for ideas and having evidence for those ideas to drive change. And that's just the way things are, particularly in vocational education and training. Our university sector tends to be a little bit more independent, and because they can be self-accrediting, they can evolve quite readily. But for vocational education and training, it tends not to, because of this tripartite arrangement. And so the way that in Australia we've managed to do that, or to drive for that change, is to advocate for it. Now I'm in a job in a government agency, which is called the Victorian Skills Authority, and that's primarily driving towards what are the skills needed for now, but primarily for the future. And when we ask that question, it will no doubt give rise to new forms of qualifications and new forms of learning. So I'm hoping that from within government, I can assist to drive some of that change. But I need to be able to make sure that I bring my stakeholders along with me. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, I will invite Anne, Ms. Norton, to come and share your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more with the two previous speakers. Very interesting question indeed. If we're talking about critical success factors in the transformation on a new policy on occupational training, I think it relates to the three elements I already talked about in my presentation: the mindset, tool set, and skill set. Those three are very important if you want to implement a new way of working, which means good IT systems with working software, with content management systems and planning tools, so that you can organize a more flexible and modular way of working. The mindset of the trainers and the trainees, because they themselves are reluctant sometimes as well to learn in that new way of learning, and of course the skill set on both the trainer and trainee side. So mindset, tool set, skill set. Then on another note, I would like to add that in Belgium, VDIB is a government organization, but the Flemish government also makes agreements with sector organizations to focus on labor market issues, skills needed in the future, and we work together intensively with those sector organizations to make sure that the programs are adapted to the skills needed in that sector. On the other hand, I think it's also our role as a government agency to try to raise awareness with employers to adapt their ways of working as well, because they are always looking for that one special candidate who has all the skills needed at that moment in their company. Whereas we try to raise awareness as to the new way of recruiting in a labor market with very scarce personnel available. We try to convince them that the new way of recruiting is training your personnel and maybe training the persons you already have in your company to make them step up in another function, which might be more complicated and more demanding, but they already have the knowledge of the company and the industry, and they can evolve. Whereas on the lower level functions, it's easier to make new entrances for people that have more difficulties to enter on the labor market. Because in a situation as in Belgium, where a lot of jobs are highly in demand, it is more difficult to find that one person who has all the competencies and all the soft skills and all the technical skills you expect him to have. So mindset, tool set, skill set on the educational side or vocational training side, but also raising awareness with employers. That will be the key challenge for me.
Okay, thanks. 接下来
Thank you. Now, the fourth question. The question is, could you share with us your observation about your country and also your organization in terms of the vocational training? What's next for you, for your country, and also for your organization to face the changing industrial and technological development? So again, Dr. Fong, thank you.
Thank you. As I think about this question, there are 5 big areas that come to mind that we will be focusing on as we look ahead. First is about skills anticipation and skills forecasting. And Craig and I had a side discussion during the break about this topic. As we look ahead at the future of work, the key question that policymakers have to ask is, what are the new skills that are needed? Today, all of us are talking about digital skills because we can see it. It's obvious. And companies are telling us too. But tomorrow, as we look at greater focus on sustainability, on green industries, what are some of those skills that are needed? So in Singapore, we are now starting to promote high-tech farming, agri-tech, agricultural technology. So that requires new skills as well. So you know what? How do we anticipate and forecast the skills that are needed, that is emerging, that is future-oriented? So I think that's one key priority that we have. The second priority is to be able to develop methodologies to have a much more precise way of understanding the skills gaps that are in the labor market. So today, as we look at ICT, let's use ICT for example, we know that there is quite a large number of unfilled job vacancies in the marketplace. And employers are telling us they can't recruit the right numbers of talent that they need. But yet, at the same time, we have large numbers of unemployed individuals or individuals who are looking to switch and change industries. Now, where is the skills gap? Can we identify the skills gap and be able to address the skills gap? I think that would help to improve the matching in the labor market. We're seeing these growing structural mismatches. How do we increase the amount of skills match within the labor market? I think that's the second priority that we see. A third priority is on greater emphasis on helping job seekers. We believe that the labor market will continue to be volatile for the near future. And perhaps given the kinds of disruption, we'll continue to see volatility in employment markets. So how do we ensure that vocational education and training provides the necessary support for job seekers to find jobs. We call them placements, right? So placement support and outcomes, I think that's a priority as well. The fourth area would be how do we better engage companies and enterprises to be part of this entire education and training system and job placement system. I think that although some industry-led models may not have yielded the intended results, I do think that industry has to play a critical role. And we just need to find a good way that meets their agenda, but also meets the policymakers' agendas. And the final area would be, I think there's opportunity for more international collaboration. You know, as we talk about these issues, they're very similar in nature. If we are able to establish collaboration models, I think will help one another greatly. So for example, if we have a common skills database that we can use across different countries, that would help, you know, in terms of skills analysis, in terms of skills forecasting. And I do think that there's room for greater international cooperation in these areas. Thank you.
谢谢
Thank you very much, Dr. Fong. Next, we'd like to have Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, and I'll continue on in that theme. It is interesting that many countries around the world are using new technologies to look at what are those skills, and surprisingly, many of them are common across those countries. So some of that technology is using big data, such as a company called Burning Glass, which is can extract a whole pile of live data from across the internet, from job ads and the like. And then they compare that primarily to a database that's run out of America called ONET, which really does a really deep analysis on occasion of job tasks. And then you can contextualize it to your local circumstance. And you can get, for example, a taxonomy of skills. Now, that taxonomy of skills can mean they can be used in different occupations. And so I find that as a concept quite liberating, because we often think of framing our training programs on the needs of an occupation as expressed by industry, and that has a degree of error attached to it. But if we can get this big data working properly, we can get to the heart of the skills that are required, and we can really hone in on that training. And I think that is sort of quite liberating and sort of the way to think about the future. The biggest challenge for us in Australia is to get a better blend between our higher education system and our vocational education and training system. It would surprise many that probably only about 10% to 15% of school leavers in Australia would go into vocational education and training, but over 50% go into university. And so within Australian households, people think that the only pathway to success is through a university, whereas in fact we know the nature of work is quite different that way. And the reason some of that happened is because we had a strong labour market. You could afford to leave school and work and then train in the context of that work. Well, now we've got a pandemic. We've got quite big industry restructuring going on. Some of that work may not be as certain. And so we have to think through how can we encourage people to come into vocational education and training if we know that higher education doesn't suit them. So our challenge in Australia is to think through the innovation is to try to create more of a continuum between vocational education and higher education. We often have a divide, and you can train in vocational education, but sometimes that's not recognised in higher education. And the problem with that is it creates barriers for citizens. They might start in VET, learn skills, acquire knowledge, and then say, I now want to do university level qualifications. And a lot of that learning and its formal learning isn't recognised. So the innovation we need to drive towards is a better continuation across our qualification systems across our two sectors. And the Australian government did a review of what we call the Australian Qualifications Framework, aiming specifically at that. And that's the big innovation that we're wanting to be able to implement. Because one thing we know for sure is that many jobs are going to be changing, but equally that we know that citizens always want to grow in their career, and some of that will be they'll need some vocational learning, but they'll also need some higher education learning, and we need to be able to make sure they can come together and blend a lot more easier than they do now.
Okay, thanks. 那接下来是请 Anne。
Next, we will have Anne to respond to this question. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting point on the blending in with vocational training and university training. It's a topic we are investing in as well. For example, we have an IT training in which our own organization trains basic programmers, just basic level, and then after 8 months of study, they start working 4 days a week with an employer, and they go 1 day a week to university. So after 3 years, they have a university degree, and they combine working on in a workplace with learning on a university, so that they have a university qualification afterwards, which is in a lot of cases a ticket that is more valuable to employers than when they would not have that one. So it's industry, government, and vocational training and university training combined, which makes it a more valuable and sustainable training for the trainees. So it's something we're investing in as well. Another point I would like to make is the one I talked about in the previous question. The new way of recruiting is training your employee yourself in your workplace. I think that's one of the key elements we are working on as well. Also, mobile training, to make sure that we organize training near the enterprises, near the people looking for jobs, which makes it more accessible and easier to go to it. Maybe the last element I would like to add is the importance of co-creation with sector organizations and investing in training in the workplace, because the aging of the current workforce population is really a challenge in Belgium. There are more people leaving the workforce than there are entering the workforce. So there's a big demand in personnel, and not all candidates have the required qualifications. So again, the raising awareness with employers that the perfect employee might not exist at that time. We invite them to engage people who still have technical skills to learn, but already have the right mindset, which is as important as the purely technical skills they need to learn on the job.
Okay, thanks. 好。
So those were the 4 questions, and we just heard the sharing from the 3 panelists. I think, like all the participants, I have learned a lot from your comment. Now we are proceeding to Q&A session. If you have any questions, if you are on site, you can write down the questions, and our staff member will ask the question on your behalf. I do have some questions here. So let me ask one question and have 3 panelists to comment on this question. Each panelist has 2 minutes to comment on this question in Taiwan, probably also in your country. Some workers, they really need training to obtain digital skills, but they do not have the willingness to attend any trainings. They just don't want to come. Should we just give up? So we are actually training those workers who are very motivated to receive training. But for these workers usually are having a higher income. They earn actually much better than those who do not have the interest to receive training. So the question is, for these categories of workers who need to be trained, but they do not have any interest to receive training in your country, how do you deal with this situation? So 2 minutes for your comment. So maybe Dr. Fong?
So you've asked a question that is extremely important. We can provide all the interventions and on the supply side, but if on the demand side, if individuals are not motivated to embark on training and learning, then the system is not effective at all. And so there are many things that we're trying to do to promote a culture of lifelong learning, as I shared in my presentation. So it's really a culture, right? It's not just a system, but it's a culture that each and every person sees themselves as a lifelong learner and sees benefit in learning and actually would actively seek out learning opportunities. Now, but we're not there yet. That is the ideal vision that we're working towards. So how do we address these issues? There are particular segments of our population that have low propensity for learning. In the Singapore context, we've created what we call progressive wage model for particular job roles. For example, cleaners or security officers. And what we have done is embedded training in that progressive wage model. If you undergo training and you are certified competent at a certain level, employers are required by law to pay you a higher wage. So there is a very direct motivation for learning. But we can only do that very selectively in a number of industries and jobs. We cannot do this across the entire segment, but that's one intervention. But let me come back to something that I think we need to do better. And that's in Singapore, but maybe around the world as well. I think we need more research around adult learning, adult education. A lot of our research money has gone into learning science for K-12, for post-secondary education. How do we design learning? How do we look at motivation of learners? What pedagogy and so on to have good learning for students. We need that for working adults as well. And we need to recognize they come from very different backgrounds, very different attainment levels, very different motivations. We've actually started a number of research studies to try to understand the underlying motivation of learners, of our adult learners, and be able to design policy interventions to address the motivation. Not there yet, it's a work in progress, but I think we need to keep working at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, please.
Thank you. Many years ago, when it was known that we had a large migrant population who were entering low-skill jobs because English language was a barrier, we ran a program called Workplace Language and Literacy. We called it the WELL program. And that worked very well, clearly, because it was language and literacy training in the context of their work. Unfortunately, that program has finished, but I think particularly where we wanted to try to trigger and incentivize learning it's somehow getting that into the workplace and doing the training that's at a point that suits the living and working circumstances of the individual, but is an accessible form of education. Because what we might find is those people aspire to learn, but they are reluctant because they are worried about being shown up as not being good enough. So it's quite a complex exercise, and I agree. I think we need to do more sort of research on that.
Thanks. Then
Okay, then next is Ms. Newton. Your turn to answer the same question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Indeed, the willingness of learners is essential in this domain. We have to invest in a lifelong learning culture, but we also might have to consider the question whether it's a matter of don't wanting to or not daring to, which are two separate things, I think. If it's a not daring to, it's essential to make trainings easily accessible to learners, not in a big center, where a training center which might scare them or is a big step to go to, but easily accessible in their own community, for example, so that or in the library or in the municipality. Excuse me, which makes it easier for people to just walk in, find someone who teaches them on a very in a very accessible way, some basic principles like using a banking app or registering on a government site with your idea and those types of competencies. In Flanders at the moment, there's a call that partners can apply for, and its purpose is to organize what we call digibanken. It's our easily accessible points where civilians can follow trainings or even use digital or hardware that they don't have at home in a way that is nearby and not threatening to them and how they feel about their own digital skills, because sometimes it's just a big step for them to follow training because they don't dare to. That's what I would like to ask.
好，谢谢。
All right, thank you. Next, in the interest of time, I would like to ask every panelist to share or the one comment regarding the question the participant would like to know. First is Dr. Fong. In Singapore, back in 2021, you proposed regarding manufacturing 2030 vision, right? So perhaps the person who asked this question is asking the skill future. You emphasize how to support that vision, and as you mentioned that in the industrial policy as well as the training together. Could you spend 1.5 minutes to make a comment? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. And to my colleague who has asked that question, clearly you have been reading up about the news from Singapore. So indeed, we announced the Manufacturing 2030 vision. And for those who might have followed the trends in Asia over the last 10 to 20 years, many countries have actually moved their manufacturing operations out of the country because there are lower cost centers for manufacturing. I don't think Taiwan has a problem. Taiwan has a very strong manufacturing sector, but in Singapore certainly we had that outflow. But I think we recognize that manufacturing needs to continue to be a major economic sector for Singapore. It contributes about 20% of our GDP today, and we intend to maintain and even grow that GDP share.
Now then the question that we face becomes, how do you keep manufacturing viable in a high cost location like Singapore? And the only way to do that is to move towards higher value added manufacturing, which means that our factories have to be smart factories, our production methods have to be more efficient than others. And so the use of technology to bring about advanced manufacturing techniques within our manufacturing sector, that becomes extremely important. And so as part of that Manufacturing 2030 vision, we have charted out the advanced manufacturing skills needs and the job needs for the economy, and looked at how to provide a training program for the workforce to be able to embark on those upskilling. But it goes beyond the workforce, because in manufacturing, there's an entire supply chain that goes with it. So the small, medium enterprises that are supporting the manufacturing industry have to be upskilled as well. And here we work with some of the big companies. We form partnerships, we call them Skills Future Queen Bee partnerships, where a large company, for example, like Bosch and Siemens, they have large presence here in Singapore. They are now acting as queen bees to work with the small, medium enterprises to uplift their skills and be able to move the entire supply chain to adopt advanced manufacturing techniques. So that's one of the ways that we're supporting the growth of a very strategic sector to the Singapore economy. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fong Siu, for your response. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Robinson one question. A participant would like to know that, so when the training institute, they want to combine the physical and the virtual the training, if they have any challenge or difficulty when as VSA have provided any assistance that is when they want to combine the online and offline training courses, they usually will have the some challenge or difficulty. Does your agency provide any support or assistance? Could you spend 1.5 minutes to share your comments? Thank you very much.
Our agency is not providing the support at the moment, but that is certainly a high level of demand. One of the reforms that's underway in Victoria is to develop more online learning platforms and content that can be shared across training organisations. So what we are seeing is an amalgamation of basically curriculum and content. And what we will see happening is an individual training organisation, individual TAFE, will use that as their base program and supplement it with other modes of learning. So I think we'll get mixed mode learning going forward, where students will say, for some elements, I want to be able to do it online at a pace that suits me, at a time that suits me, but knowing they'll then being able to want to come into the campus to do that as well. So I think the future is will be quite dynamic and fluid.
All right. So the last but not least, I would like to ask Anne. So participant would like to ask you that as you mentioned earlier that some of the training courses need the practical training and practice. But however, when we go remote or online, so how do you convert the practical courses to online courses? Is it possible? And during the transition, how to make sure the effectiveness of the training, and then without further compromise the impact? So I would like to ask Anne to answer this difficult question for 1.5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I think we have to make a difference between the situation during the COVID pandemic and the lockdown. In that period, there was no possibility whatsoever to do physical training face-to-face with our students on the machines and in the infrastructure. So we divided the courses and thought about those theoretical elements that we could learn them in a digital way. Of course, in the post-pandemic period we are hopefully almost in now, it's a different situation, because that's a hybrid learning situation in which you have a look at the competencies that you want to learn your trainees, and then decide, depending on the trainee and on the situation, whether you teach those skills in a digital way or in a practical way in a workplace or in a training center. So it's always a combination of those different didactical forms that together build a training program for a trainee.
Thanks. 因为
Okay, in the interest of time, we cannot accommodate the further questions. So this after a long day, 1 day's discussion and sharing, you can. I think we can learn quite a lot. Although the pandemic is a little bit different from each country, the foundation of digital literacy is different. Perhaps the impact or challenges is different. However, we still have some consensus. For example, the skills, occupational skills in the future to embrace the digital era. So as Anne mentioned, that the mindset change is very, very important. That is something we need to embrace. And I believe in the future we have a lot of the area to work. Thank you very much for all the three panelists for your excellent sharing. Let's give the panelists a big round of applause. Thank you very much. So I will pass the baton to the moderator.
Because I need you and Craig and An and Dr. Feng to do thumbs up for the group photo.
Okay, sure.
Thumbs up. Yes, okay. Professor Shin, sorry, one more. Can you do a thumbs up without the face mask? Just for the record. Okay, thumbs up once again. Ladies and gentlemen, 我们再次掌声. Thank you for this wonderful panel discussion. Thank you. Professor Shin has 2 thumbs up. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that about wraps up day 1 for our 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. This is only day 1. Tomorrow we have day 2. Now, tomorrow's day 2, we start our registration at 10 a.m. and we begin officially at 10:25. So, ladies and gentlemen, for now, let us all wave our hands and say goodbye to our online viewers. 各位线上的观众朋友，我们今天是 Day 1， 请线上的观众朋友不要离开线上，因为我们稍后马上在线上，在我们研讨会正式完成了之后，我们在线上会为您抽奖，所以线上的观众朋友请不要离开。谢谢我们现场与会的贵宾，谢谢我们现场与会的嘉宾 ，Thank you. Online viewers, stay for the lucky draw. Okay? We wave our hands. 请各位贵宾挥手一下。And Dr. Feng, Craig, please wave your hand again. This is a wonderful completion of day 1 of 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. Thank you so much. Tomorrow we have day 2. Registration, 10 a.m. We start at 10:25. We'll see you tomorrow. 线上的观众朋友，请记得不要离开，因为 Lucky Draw 正在等着您。Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I believe it is time to do the lucky draw, okay? 所以呢，在我们今天有完成线上签到的线上的观众朋友，您 scan QR code 就完成线上签到，也就马上 eligible for lucky draw. Okay, I can still hear Craig, An, and Dr. Feng. Thank you so much, An, Craig, and Dr. Feng. Thank you once again. Now, 线上的观众朋友。Andy 需要 hold 住您，因为您的权益
For those
现在
who
就要
have joined us online,
OK， 赶快用念力让自己获奖。再次跟大家报告，
wish you
奖项呢是
luck.
我们工研院
We are going to have a lucky draw. This is actually a training coupon
这个线上的课程呢，
with the value of the 1,500 new Taiwan dollars.
才会给您这么棒的
And this is the unique prize from each. So now we will have the director to take these shot. You can see these different courses. This is the lucky draw from the participants. you see their emails. So this is actually done by the computer. You can see all these are the lucky winners.
E28089，恭喜 Dana， 恭喜 Nancy， 恭喜 Sharon， 恭喜 So Chang， and 恭喜 OE Chen。Thank you so much. Lucky Draw 已经正式完成，恭喜您获得工研院 Only at 工研院所提供的价值1500元的线上课程《科技淘金术》。谢谢各位，我们明天 Day 2 2021职业训练国际论坛 Day 2见。10点钟报道，10点20分，10点25分正式开始。谢谢您线上收看，我们明天见。数位跨域，迎向未来 ，Together tomorrow Day 2。Thank you very much.